Everyone, and welcome to the Monday edition of the Science, Technology, and Energy Committee, Monday, March 25th. We're going to get started even though some members are not here yet because we have quite a few people who would like to testify on the first bill we're hearing this morning. And before we start that, we'll start our meeting as is customary by joining Henry Knoll as he leads us in the pledge.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
So we have two public hearings here this morning. And then this afternoon, we have a full committee work session on three bills that we heard last week. This morning's bills are SB 451 relative to an expedited track for certain applications to the Site Evaluation Committee, and SB 540 requiring the Department of Energy to investigate behind the meter and utility scale energy storage. So we'll start with SB 451 and welcome our good friend from the Senate, Senator David Waters, to introduce this legislation. Good morning, Senator.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. Senator David Waters, District 4, to introduce Senate Bill 451 relative to an expedited track for certain applications to the Site Evaluation Committee. And I feel like this bill is the third part of our trifecta with House Bill 281 last year, and this year House Bill 609, and now Senate Bill 451. And I think the content of this bill, looking at this expedited track for existing facilities, would be quite familiar with you because I know there was consideration and work put in on this as potentially being a part of 609, but we thought it'd be best to have this come forward as its own bill, which is what you have before you. And I think that we're going to hear a lot of the reasons why this legislation was brought forward and why it's particularly timely right now in our effort to make sure New Hampshire is ready for all the changes in the industry when it comes to site evaluation and this process. Now, a couple of things I will mention. It's anticipated that a lot of the support for new and renewable energy facilities will take place at existing sites. There's substantial funding through the IRA Act for these kinds of transitions, some related to wind energy, a lot related to hydrogen, some $80 billion will be available, of course, small nuclear as well. So there's a lot of funding that is now available from the federal government, and recognizing the fact this energy transition is going to need us to be able to look at site evaluation. A lot of the work of the SEC, as we've been seeing over the last few years of our work on that process, is on land use and public transparency. And it is felt that this possibility of having an expedited process for those sites that have already gone through land use with public transparency, and to make sure that as needed that continues in terms of the transparency, but it might permit at existing facilities some expeditious action there. And then thirdly, having a faster siting process is really going to help us in terms of the IRA and also the mounting electrification demands that we're seeing as we electrify the many sectors of our economy, including transportation, home heating, and energy production as well. People who have substantial funding besides the federal government to put into the creation of this new electrification are looking to states to have a good process where they can come make their investments. As you all know, I'm particularly interested in offshore wind. I see enormous potential there for repurposing of some of our sites now to handle power coming in from offshore wind, also the storage of that energy, and also the potential production of hydrogen. Just as a reminder, the BOEM has now approved the final maps for the Gulf of Maine. Looks like the auctions are going to be in the late summer, early fall, and then contracts have to be done within 90 days after that. So people are going to be looking to New Hampshire as well as to Maine and Massachusetts to see what kind of capacity we have for siting facilities that are related to that industry as well. So what you have in the bill, fundamentally, a new definition of a qualified expanding energy facility. You'll see that on the first page of the bill, and I'll revisit these in a moment. And then you'll see the new timelines, a series of strike through and new timelines, bold numbers there in RSA 162 H, and places those guidelines for the SEC to respond at certain points of the process. Public hearing section is changed to make sure that there is still adequate public hearing time with these expedited time principles. And then SEC will have to update its administrative rules to accommodate these sections in state law. So if you turn to the bill, you'll see, as I have mentioned, the definition of the qualifying site on page 1. And I think very crucial negotiations around on lines 8 and 9 on page 1, no large existing facility nameplate capacity. I do think we'll probably want to have a little clarification to make sure that that nameplate capacity is public, so that the public interest in public hearing can know about that. And then existing facility location or abutting panel. And then the application for the certificate, as you'll see, to make sure the certificate is complete. And then on the bottom of page 2, here are the public notice aspects as well. And one of our first changes from 60 days to 30 days, that decision will be made that the application meets these requirements. I do think that we might, your committee might think about whether or not we need some definition of public interest, as it is on line 29. I think you may hear about some current concerns about that, and there may be a way to provide some definitions to that as well. On page 3, you'll see the series of strikeouts, 150 days to 90 days, 365 to 180 days. And this is not just to, do the old speed up of the assembly line. It's because this kind of siting application is different, because it's at an existing site, existing nameplate, that it seems these are quite reasonable time limits to set there. Please do note on line 16 on page 3, public information session in each county. And then a public hearing, you'll see on page 4, within 45 days of the acceptance of the application, to be held at least one public hearing. And then looking again down in lines 24, public hearings, then in terms of an adjudicative process. So a lot of effort here to make sure that the public interest is accommodated in this this process. I just want to pause and say that I know that you're going to hear some thoughts that came up in the Senate hearing, and I think you may have heard in your other deliberations on siting, the debate over whether this should just be for certain kinds of sources. I personally feel that we have an opportunity here to transition our energy supply to cheaper and more reliable forms. But I think we need to provide flexibility to the industry as well. We do have turbines that are now developed that can handle both natural gas and hydrogen. You can put up to 20% of hydrogen now into a gas supply. I think the potential for hydrogen production related to offshore wind is really going to be a very significant factor. So I think I am very supportive of maintaining the kind of flexibility we have here, but there are certainly some voices say, no, this should just be for what we now would call clean energy facilities. I think we need the flexibility that this bill provides there. I've mentioned already, you're going to hear some things about the nameplate, having make sure there's some transparency that, and also I just, in this expedited process, just to make sure that any given site, if it hasn't been through environmental reviews earlier, because it's been there for quite some time, we make sure that the SEC can actually do its job, and the DES and Fish and Game and all the other agencies that are tasked under the revision of 609 to keep doing the work the feds require them to do, and then let the revised SEC with this formulation for existing facilities get its work done as well. So thank you, Mr. Chairman. I will stop there and be glad to take any questions I can answer, but I got some, there's a backup team here who certainly can speak in great detail about this as well.
Well, thank you, Senator. Good introduction. Appreciate
you.
that. I do have one quick question. Are you married to the word repowering? Because on line 3, the definition qualified existing energy facility expansion and repowering. Repowering seems to mean restarting or resuming operation, whereas repowering might be interpreted by some people to mean something different.
Yeah.
So would you be amenable to a change in language from repowering to maybe resuming operation or restarting operation, something like that?
Thank you for that question, Mr. Chairman. And I do think that there would be ways to have some clarity as to what that means. It's not just have the switches been off, turn the switch on. The idea here is a transition to other sources of energy, other means of energy production. So whether that is, definitionally and legally repowering is the best word, I'm not sure.
Repurposing? That's a good idea.
You'll
Representative
figure out
McGee
something, you
suggested
wordsmiths.
repurposing. Okay, we'll talk about that.
And if I may, Mr. Chairman, I think it might be useful to make sure, when you look at the IRA provisions, to make sure that whatever language would come up there is in accordance with the kind of repowering that will make these sites potentially available for all that funding.
Is repowering defined in the
I
IRA?
don't know. That's what I'm.
Okay.
I'm
We'll look
gonna
into
take
that.
a look. Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Representative McGee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Senator, for taking my question. On the same line, that opening line where it says qualified existing energy facility expansion, and then it goes on to say, in the language of the bill, that the nameplate capacity can be no larger. So is expansion the right word there?
I'm sorry. Would you repeat?
Yeah, is expansion the correct word if we're going to be confined to the existing nameplate? Because expansion implies that you're perhaps going to be expanding on the amount of energy coming out of there. And I know that's not my only question on the bill, but since we're on that line, I'm just curious. Line 3,
I see what you're
Yeah.
saying. Well, certainly a given, there may be a nameplate capacity, which is basically what the interconnection capacity can take, right? And that to me, when that was suggested, seemed to be key, because that's the point, isn't it? And it's not, yes, how you produce the power, but how much power can you get off a given site? Now, it may be that an existing facility has never generated up to the interconnection capacity.
Yep.
So I think it's quite reasonable to say, well, if you've got the interconnection capacity, why not be able to use it? So I think that's why that word expansion is recognizes that kind of situation.
okay, that makes sense. Thank you.
Further questions for the senator? Representative Corman has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking my question. So with lines 7, 8, 9 on page 1,
Yep.
Continuing on that, I guess I'm a little unclear when it says expansion shall be no larger than the existing facility's nameplate capacity. Is what we're really talking about here is that the additional energy produced is no more than what's being produced now, that we're going to at most double what's coming out of that site? Is that the right way to interpret it?
Thanks for your question. I think the right way to interpret it is how much existing nameplate capacity recognizes the interconnection, as I understand it.
So that really it's a matter of we're going to just make sure that we're within the interconnection capacity.
Right.
Okay.
Right. I
And-
think we'll have some more technical.
Okay.
Am I basically okay on that? Okay. I think we'll have some further talk from the folks who understand what the nameplate is. And I think that's, just if I may say, I think that's a reason why it would be good to have some transparency about just what is that nameplate capacity, so people know what we're talking about. So you can say, let's say they can take 1,000 megawatts come off the site, but the facility that's there now only produces 800. Well, they go up. This says, yeah, the new facility that you build to replace the old one with a different fuel source, you can power that up, have sufficient turbines to get the amount of power you can get off the site.
Follow up?
Follow up?
Thank you. And then an issue I brought up when I testified on this bill in front of the Senate
Yep.
was this question about the abutting parcel. And I suggested that there be some sort of limitation on the size of the abutting parcel relative to the original parcel. You know, imagining some weird scenario where you have a power plant on 1 acre and there's a 1,000-acre abutting parcel. I know that's not going to happen, but the point is, it seems like you need some sort of limitation on the size of the abutting parcel.
Thanks for your question. You know, my sense is that why would we want to prejudge that? If you were to imagine a kind of an energy park that would have a generation capacity run by some kind of supply, but let's say you also had 100 acres of solar that might be there, or let's say you wanted to have some pretty substantial battery storage. Now, those might be on abutting parcels and be part of this mix, and then you might have a plant as well. So I'd rather have that. To me, it seems to make sense not to say, well, it can be 20 acres but not 25 acres, that have it dependent upon the project, which of course is going to get a public hearing, SEC review.
Representative Lewicki has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Senator. I have a recollection that we had a House bill that was going to actually make it so that the SEC was no longer effectively a phantom committee where somebody would answer the phone and somebody would be, at least administer it. And I'm wondering how this bill relates to that. You know, is somebody going to answer the phone? Is somebody going to make meetings happen and so forth? Because without that basis at the SEC, you can't do much.
Thanks for your question, Representative. So I think there's been good coordination here. I mean, this committee did fabulous work on HB 609 with the revision of SEC. And this bill was developed by becoming a revision to 162H7 to kind of fit into what is being done in House Bill 609, which did receive a very favorable hearing in the Senate. So I've said at the start, I think we really have, you know, this trifecta where we've moved with 281, 609, and now this bill kind of to come to work together. So I think we're good, but I'm sure there'll be some pretty good eyes on this to make sure that we did do things in accordance with 609.
Representative Kaplan has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Senator, for coming in. This might be a simple question, I don't know, but it doesn't seem to be a deadline for decision-making by the committee on the bill. Is that incorporated in HB 609, or am I missing something? Shouldn't there be a deadline for an expedited process for decision-making?
Well, that process under 609 has a certain set of deadlines, and now this process, because it's for existing facilities, is proposing the numbers that you see here.
For clarification, on page 3, lines 8 and 9 say, within 180 days of the acceptance of an application, the committee shall issue or deny a certificate for an energy facility. Representative Thomas, Vice Chair Thomas has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking my question. At the risk of that last question that might have answered the question I'm going to ask, but I'll ask it differently. I could do the math running through the dates that are changed to make things faster, but overall, how much faster does this bill make that decision-making process as opposed to the way it is now? I'm just curious, is it 3 months, 6 months?
Well, you know,
Or did the last
thanks
question
for your
answer that?
question. This is going to be new, so it's hard to say, and we haven't had, you know, applications to the SEC for a little while. We've been in this, you know, fortunate in this little kind of a pause, so we had a chance to do this legislation. So it's hard to predict just what this will mean. But I think that when I mentioned, you know, plant owners or potential investors or funding under the IRA, that anybody who now comes in can look at this and will be able to see, we at least know that this step, and this step, we can have responses to. So where the timeline ends, it depends on a lot of factors. I mean, let's say at the start, they say, well, your application is not complete. And so you have to revise that. Or, you know, when it does get into the SEC portion of the adjudicative hearings, that those will play out. I do think that, you know, we will see some stability of timeline here, and particularly in the early phases, see that things that maybe used to take a whole lot longer because their existing facilities can be expedited.
Representative Munns has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Senator, for taking my questions. And my apologies for coming in near the end of your testimony. If somebody already asked this question, feel free to just say that they have, and I'll get the answer from my colleagues. But on page 4, lines 3 through 6, the bill deletes existing language in statute that, if I read it right, allows the governing board of a municipality where one of these facilities is located to request a separate public meeting. Why is that being taken out?
I may not give the absolutely correct answer on this, but I think that this actually reflects what is being done in 609. And that because we have the, I mean, this is, I mean, the SEC is a state process. And I think we decided, I think, Mr. Chairman, thinking back to 2 summers ago in that study committee, that the feeling was that over a certain size, it is the state's purview. Under a certain size, the town is more involved. And it does not require that state review. And this recognizes these facilities are going to serve the whole state, not just one municipality. That said, under existing federal requirements, which we reflect in statute, the DES process, the Fish and Game process, the DOT process, all involve hearings in which local people can, the municipality can be involved. And then you'll see in this bill a little bit further down, each county, the public process, the adjudicative public hearings. So I think that's why this is saying, the SEC is a state process for energy facility siting. And I think that needs to be clear where those lines of authority are. And that's it.
Representative Corman has another question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you again. I have a couple of questions about specific wording on page 2. One very minor thing on line 27, where it says one or more newspapers having regular circulation in the county in which the facility is located. Later on, though, apparently there's the possibility of multiple counties, so we might want to say each county, something like that.
Perhaps.
But my real question is on lines 29 through 32. And it's that, actually the bolded language, and that the application meets the requirements of RSA, whatever, relative to a qualified existing energy facility expansion and repowering. Not everything is going to meet that, but this statute is really for all site evaluation. So I'm a little confused. It seems like there should be something saying that, if the application meets it, then certain things happen. I'm just a little confused about this.
Well, thanks for the question. I'm not sure whether this is something maybe we can puzzle out. My reading of this is that this is amending some existing language so that it needs to have that and that the application meets this requirement. And that's within 30 days of filing. So that to me is what kicks I think that bold phrase is what becomes dependent upon the 60 go into the 30 right there. And that the public interest is important, and that's something that should be perhaps defined. But also because this is creating this new section under 162H, that reference to it needs to be included, because these are the kinds of existing sites that we're talking about. I hope that's clear enough, but if not, I think maybe you can ask it again.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
yeah, maybe during our work session, we can try to clean
Yeah.
it up and make clear, what applies to the expedited review and what doesn't, right? Because, again, because this particular section of the law applies to all review, not just expedited. We just need to make clear
Well,
when is it expedited, when not.
Yeah, if I may, yes, I think this is something you could talk about some more, Representative, and thanks for the follow-up question, but do note that what it says, I mean, your question about that this applies to qualified, well, this is referring back to that new section on page 1, lines 3 to 9, right? I mean, that's what it says. It's the new XI dash, Roman 11 dash A. So that seems to me to be the delimiter and the guardrail for this aspect of the SEC expedited process. So anyways, I mean, think about it, but I think that's why that is meant to be the delimitation, is back to that definition.
I made a note to double check that reference when we have our work session, so we'll do that. Further questions for the senator? Representative Corman.
Thank you again. Another question I had was, I noticed that the public hearing is within, or the public info session, excuse me, is within 30 days of acceptance. And then the site evaluation committee hearing is within 45 days. But I don't see anything that says that the public info session should precede the public hearing, and it seems like it ought to.
Perhaps. Yeah, thanks for the question. Yeah.
Make a note of that. We'll look into that as well. Representative McGee.
Just was thinking, is there any reason that we should include in language that states that we should be looking at facilities that were cited before the SEC certificate process was available? Because I think that's been brought up in conversations that I've been privy to, and I'm just wondering whether that might be beneficial in the language.
Thanks for the question. If that is a concern on a given facility to which this might apply, there might be some way to suggest that if that is the case, that there be a recognition of the appropriate review.
And a follow-up, and I think my understanding of why that's being brought up is that there may be existing facilities that have never gone through a fulsome process, and so even though they'd be applying for a fast track, they would still hopefully need to, pass through the same gauntlet as other plants that have had SEC certification since.
Thank you. Perhaps. I mean, this is. It's to me, if I just may, kind of my mind is just thinking about it, that I think New Hampshire has done the Department of Environmental Service and the other folks who need to look at the environmental review do a very good job. I would like to think that this process here suggests when does it become necessary to do what, and that I brought this bill forward because I am deeply concerned with our coming electrification and to the extent we can decarbonizing certain aspects of the economy or transitioning to lower CO2 impact fuels. And then, as we all know, we're moving and with hydrogen and battery storage and offshore wind. I mean, all this and solar, that we be able to get there. And I just think that's so important. I mean, I think that's why I keep repeating 281, 609, this bill. New Hampshire needs to be at a place where it can achieve the benefits to our consumers of a more reliable, cheaper, I think, supplies of energy, and be able to provide a process where investors and federal grants can come into the state. And I mean, as long as I've been thinking about these issues, this is back to the 70s, you know, the potential for us to transition and to get cheaper supplies of energy into the state, we have often had a lot of problems over that, whether it's generation or transmission, and sometimes with good reason. You know, some bad things were proposed, and sometimes, and so on. But and we've got to protect the taxpayers. But we've got to be able to get this energy transition moving. We have the ability here with some existing facilities that could really be leveraged and advantaged to help us in this process. And that's why this bill's here. And it would really, I think, be very despairing for all of us who share these energy goals and investment goals to see that we create a fast track process, which really isn't a fast track. And that's my only concern about it, okay? That
Follow up.
Yep. So that, I mean, I share all your concerns, and I think we're all looking to figure out how we can assist with transition, and that all makes perfect sense. I guess the question is just to the specific aims of the language in this bill, whether or not there needs to be any type of distinction between plants that have already undergone an SEC process for fast tracking and plants that never have, whether they're all in the same category in terms of us wanting to be able to fast track them, or whether there should be some distinction for those that haven't had the benefit of DES or anyone looking at the aspects that have been
to
looked
answer your
at.
question,
Yeah.
let me just give one last little take on that. I being very much a pragmatist, I would rather than try to create some language that carves out just what are we talking about in a not review or so on, to have it be that there's adequate language that in the case by case basis, that is the proposal that would help determine, as we see in the first part of this bill, the filing of the application, all the things it has to do, right? There, that to me, it seems would cover the questions that are raised about whether it's had adequate review before, and that would be part of the process. So maybe a little slight language that recognizes that, but I would not think a separate attempt to try to define what's in, what's out would be very, very practical. I'm just not sure how we'd do it.
So existing is the larger bucket, and it contains SEC approved and non-SEC certified is what you're saying. Existing just means if it's there.
We'll see. I mean, you know, there's a lot of wisdom in this committee, and I think if this is an issue, you'll work on it.
Representative Kaplan has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Senator, once again. And I know you're a busy man, you've got places to go, and so I won't belabor the point, but, and you might repeat some of the things you just said, but you did recognize that one of the likely sticking points would be defining public interest. And so as somebody who's a pragmatist and is known for balancing different interests, could you leave us some thoughts as to what you think the public interest might be?
Thanks for your question. You know, I think, I haven't had a chance to look at this, but I think we probably have some pretty good definition of a public interest in existing statute and existing energy staff, and so maybe there'd be a way to reference that. My own feeling is that the public interest is that in this state is that we want to keep costs low. We want to take care of the consumer, and we recognize that there are you know, certain goals in terms of pollution and environmental issues. That's public interest as well. And I personally think there's a compelling public interest that New Hampshire be able to participate in the energy transition that is underway.
Echoing Representative Kaplan's comment that you're a busy man and you need to move on, and also that there are other people who want to testify. I want to ask you to give us one last thought before we let you go. And that is this. Since it looks like the Senate is probably going to pass HB 609, and between 281 and 609, we now have a fairly significantly changed SEC process in place. Do we need to give that process time to prove that it works before we make further changes to the process? That's kind of a philosophical question, and I'd love to hear your take on it.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, frankly, I think that this bill, if we pass it, and the projects that might arise from it, will actually be the test case or the proof as to whether 281 and 609 will work, because these are likely to be the first ones that come forward. And there's a timeliness issue here too. that money in the IRA Act, those investors, that money can just flow quite nicely to other states and to other projects. And I think would be just really, really harmful to the consumers in this state if we couldn't take advantage of that funding. And so I mean, I think we'll get what we want in terms of the SEC process. How does it work? Do we do the right thing when the projects that would be affected by 451 come forth? Because they're going to be first in line, as far as I could tell. So that's my answer.
Okay, great answer. Thank you. And thank you, Senator, for introducing this legislation to us.
Thank you.
Let's move along now and hear from some other folks who I'm sure have important perspectives to shed some light on this legislation. Let's hear next from James Andrews of Granite Shore Power in Londonderry. Mr. Andrews, welcome to SDE.
Thank you, Chairman Bose. Good morning, committee members. My name is James Andrews. I'm president and CEO of Granite Shore Power in Bow, testifying in favor of SB 451. As an asset owner and developer, I hope my views on the siting process will be helpful and illustrate how siting reforms may accelerate the siting success and completion of clean energy projects we all seek to advance. If New Hampshire is going to benefit from the energy transition and clean alternative energy opportunities, not only decarbonization efforts, but also economic growth, it is imperative that the state encourage capital be invested directly in New Hampshire to support infrastructure projects. That starts with an efficient siting process. Granite Shore Power's generating stations are essential resources within ISO New England, assuring reliable electricity to the families and businesses of New Hampshire when needed most. Our generating fleet serves as an essential bridge transforming to the next generation of energy resources in New Hampshire. From our earliest days, GSP's message has been consistent and clear. We strongly support such a transition and will play an important role providing power to businesses and families in our region during that process and beyond. The question is, how do we get over this imaginary bridge and execute the transition that is so anticipated? There is an abundance of projects developers are seeking to move forward with that are aligned with grid transition and the electrification of the economy. The ISO New England interconnection queue is replete with interconnection requests for wind, solar, and battery projects. From a policy standpoint, the Inflation Reduction Act, or IRA, has created attractive tax and borrowing incentives. Clearly, these projects are penciling out, and there is an urgency to get them done. But why then are so few being completed? In my opinion, the siting process lacks efficiency, creating time delays and adding risk to projects that may otherwise be avoided, particularly for sites with existing infrastructure. I have said before, New Hampshire is well suited to take advantage of the energy transition opportunities. New Hampshire has highly qualified trade professionals and educational institutions, a favorable tax climate to compete for the businesses that will support these projects, and most importantly, its existing major infrastructure necessary to transition the region to the next generation of energy resources and finally get across that bridge. If New Hampshire is serious about advancing clean energy projects within the state, it is imperative this legislation be advanced to make the siting process more efficient for sites with existing or adjacent infrastructure that are best suited for critical projects that may be completed quickly. With the enactment of the IRA and the continued shift toward an electrified economy, developing on-demand generation resources is more feasible now than ever to assure electric reliability for New Englanders. Development at legacy sites will greatly enhance the utilization of existing interconnection at the facilities and advance the region's overall generation mix, and not inadvertently kill projects that we all seek to be completed. We strongly support passage of this legislation and thank the bill sponsors and co-sponsors for their leadership. Thank you for the opportunity to provide our views, and I'll now take any questions you may have.
Questions for Mr. Andrews? Representative McGee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Mr. Andrews, for taking my question. I'm just curious if at this point Granite Shore is poised to actually present one of these fast track projects. If you're actually in a position where you would be looking to come in front of the commission with a.
Yeah, I think it's fair to say, Representative, that since the first days of ownership, we've been looking at projects and are now poised to move forward with projects. Very early on in my tenure, I took a trip to Denmark with Ambassador Sweat, looked at offshore wind projects and how that may impact, New England region and New Hampshire specifically, given our advantages. And we've looked at a lot of things, and we are poised and ready to move forward.
Thank you.
Additional questions, Vice Chair Thomas.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. I'll kind of ask you the same question I asked Senator Waters, but I'll ask it differently. In terms of investors, what type of efficiency are they looking for to come to New Hampshire? Are we looking in terms of a timeline? Are we looking at something that's 25% quicker, 50% quicker? What's your take on that?
I think it's more a matter of de-risking the process for capital. Right now, the process is so lengthy and so cumbersome for new sites that, frankly, as you put forth a project and you put forth the economics, you put forth the technology, by the time you get through the SEC process, a lot of those things have changed and you have to go back and you're in, frankly, this endless loop and you can never get a project done because that process is too long. So it really comes down to de-risking the timeline, right? Capital moves pretty quickly with speed when it's committed. So enabling that to happen, I think, is a wise thing to do.
Additional questions? Representative Lewicki has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking my question, Mr. Andrews. You mentioned on demand, and could you be more specific as to which types of energy can be done on demand? Whether because that's a real sticking point for a lot of us. Because if it really truly is not on demand, then it's not. Basically, we still need the base load.
I think what you're finding is there's going to be a significant need for on-demand resources with the renewable baseload facilities that we expect to come online. Senator Waters mentioned the offshore wind lease areas BOEM is going forward with, this fall, and those wind facilities out there. On-demand resources would be things like battery storage or quick start CTs that when those are unable to function as that base load, there's going to be something that's going to need to supplant that very quickly. And those are the type of resources, on-demand resources that we're talking about.
Representative Kennedy has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thanks for taking my question. If you're talking about renewables, I don't know how you could be talking about baseload. The output from renewables is random. So, you can build a battery system on top of that. I mean, I guess maybe that's what you're talking about. But I mean, to talk about renewables and baseload in the same sentence, I think is an error.
Maybe you misunderstood my comment, because wind and solar are inherently not reliable, right? Those aren't on-demand resources. It takes the wind or it takes the sun to shine. What I'm talking about are resources that support those types of resources that enable those projects to happen, but also in a carbon neutral way.
Follow up.
So to be clear, you're talking about energy storage. You're talking about batteries or something else? Pumped hydro, who knows what?
Specifically, energy storage but also there are, green LNG or green gas turbines that can be used that are on demand as well.
Representative Lewicki has another question.
Thank you. This is more of a follow-up to my previous question. What is the state of battery technology? I know I had coworkers from a previous job who went to work for Ambry and Lockheed Martin, and so far I haven't seen anything come from those. Is there any true battery grid scale storage?
There is. There's a number of grid scale storage projects throughout the country.
Representative Kennedy has another question.
Yeah, my last one. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You said you have a project that's ready to go. What is it?
That is a battery storage project.
Additional questions? Seeing none, we want to thank you, Mr. Andrews, for being here.
All right, I appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay. Next, we'll hear from Nick Krakoff of the Conservation Law Foundation. Welcome, Mr. Krakoff. Welcome back.
Hey, good morning. My name is Nick Krakoff with the Conservation Law Foundation. Thanks for having me here this morning. I agree with the chief sponsor, Senator Waters, that we need to reform existing siting laws to support clean energy infrastructure development in the state. I guess I have several concerns with the bill, and I'm going to address them here this morning. First off, under the bill, the repowering of an existing facility would be subject to this new expedited siting track. And this could result in the repowering of an existing fossil fuel plant with another type of fossil fuel, so like a coal plant with natural gas or something, which could result in significant environmental impacts, particularly emissions, water impacts, et cetera. And so, where there's a potential for, the significant impacts like this, I think it behooves us to really limit this expedited track to clean energy technologies that have lesser environmental impacts and impacts in general. As Representative McGee said a few minutes ago, I agree that there is a concern about facilities that were constructed in the 1960s or before the current siting law was enacted that have not been through the rigor of the existing siting process. And so it is a concern that some of those older facilities went through a process before most environmental laws were even passed. So the 1960s was before many of the key environmental laws were passed, that those facilities might be modified without really going through the full rigor of a SEC process under this expedited track. Second, I wanted to address the public interest standard that's required under SB 451 as amended by the Senate. For an application for the expedited siting track, there's this required public interest finding on page 2, lines 29 through 32. And I think that needs to be better defined and clarified. I would suggest using the definition of public interest that is in RSA 162H1. That has some criteria there. That's existing siting law. That has some criteria there for public interest. I think it's a pretty well-balanced standard for what public interest is. And I think public interest is kind of an amorphous context without a clear definition. I think if you poll members of this committee, you could get 20 different definitions of public interest. So I think providing some clarifications on that definition would be helpful. And along those lines, I think there should be a means for parties that are negatively impacted by this expedited siting track to challenge that. And I think you could apply RSA 541, which provides some due process protections for potentially aggrieved parties by the expedited siting track under this public interest standard. And then lastly, I just wanted to address something that Senator Waters said about the sort of interconnection versus nameplate capacity standard. With nameplate capacity, it's pretty easy to find what that means. I can spend 1 minute, do 1 minute of research, find out what the nameplate capacity is for Seabrook Station, for Merrimack Station, et cetera. With interconnection capacity, that's hard to find. That's not publicly accessible, that information. So I don't really know what we're getting with that. If we go with interconnection capacity, is that a huge increase over nameplate capacity, or is it the same? It's just not. There's no transparency with that definition, and so I think before we change that definition around to interconnection capacity, we need to think about how we can ensure there's transparency so that we know what we're getting with this potential bill. Those are all my comments. Happy to answer anybody's questions and happy to work with sponsors and all of you all to try to improve this bill. Thank you.
Thank you. Good comments. We appreciate those. Questions for Mr. Krakoff? Representative Thomas has one.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Krakoff, for being here. It's good to see you up and about. I see with this bill there are a lot of there's public input. However, in the application, the items that are included in the application, there's nothing that specifically addresses public input. I'm not talking about public interest, but input, which can include things like roads, neighborhoods, and potential toxins. Would you be open to including that as part of the application going forward?
Yeah, but I think there should be some opportunity to at least comment on the application, whether it meets the public interest standard. I understand that you don't want to create a lengthy process, but at least some opportunity to comment, whether in written comments or verbal comments, I think would be helpful to ensure that those voices are heard.
Thank you.
Additional questions? Representative McGee.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Krakoff. Good to see you again. I take the sponsor's point that we have to have flexibility in allowing businesses to figure out what composite of energy transition is going to make their plant work. But I was wondering in the definition around public interest, whether we might include specific language about lowering harmful emissions in terms of a transition that benefits the public because it gets us off an emissions curve that, has been going up. So I wonder what you think about us having any type of specific language in that regard, because I think if there was a need to do combined cycle or some type of energy solution that included renewables, but also had some other components, rather than saying it has to be clean or nothing, we could say as long as it significantly lowers, right? The point of the transition is to lower emissions. So do you think there should be language in here that is specifically alludes to that?
Yeah, I mean, I think it'd be helpful to have language like that ensures that the impacts of emissions are lesser than current, what it exists currently. And I think that's one way to do it. I mean, I think you can play around with the public interest criteria in 162H1, but yeah, I think that would be very helpful to have language like that.
Further questions? Okay, seeing none, let's get the perspective of the existing Site Evaluation Committee. We'll call on the administrator of the SEC, Drew Beamer. Good morning, SEC. SEC man. Bless you.
Today, I'm here to share my perspective on Senate Bill 451, a measure aimed at streamlining the process for repowering, retrofitting, or repurposing existing sites, particularly those under the jurisdiction of the Site Evaluation Committee or those predating its establishment. I want to start by emphasizing my firm support for the core principles of SB 451. As someone deeply immersed in these processes, I understand the critical need for simplifying them, especially in the realm of advancing sustainable energy initiatives. The idea of modernizing outdated generation facilities resonates strongly with me, and I commend the efforts to facilitate such transitions. Initially, my position on SB 451 was very straightforward. I think I just said, I like it, 3 words, in the Senate. However, as the bill progressed through the public hearing to the executive session, there was an amendment that significantly reduced the timelines outlined within the legislation. And while I remain a proponent of streamlining processes in general, I have reservations about the potential impact of the bill as amended on public engagement. It's vital that we afford the public ample time and opportunity to participate in these discussions. Additionally, I'm personally grappling with ambiguity of the term repowering that we've mentioned earlier here today. Clear and precise legislative language is essential to ensure that your intent endures across future generations of regulators and administrations. In tandem with our discussions on SB 451, House Bill 609 is on the brink of becoming law, thanks to the dedicated efforts of this committee and your counterparts in the Senate. House Bill 609 represents a significant stride towards efficiency by reallocating existing personnel resources instead of creating new ones, a true embodiment of the small government New Hampshire way. While I have confidence in our ability, meaning my ability, to implement any devised system, I urge caution in hastening the adjustment of permitting timelines. Let us perhaps first navigate the post-House Bill 609 landscape before revisiting this aspect of the legislation. It's crucial to remember that simplicity does not always equate to speed. In conclusion, I reiterate my support for the overarching goals of this bill while advocating for prudence and clarity in its execution. Thank you for your attention, and I'd love to take any questions.
Excellent. Questions for Mr. Beamer? Representative McGee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Beamer. Good to see you here. Thanks for taking my question. Okay, so you're alluding to concerns around the expedited timelines that appear throughout the bill, the 60-day to 30-day, the 90-day, right? They're all kind of chopped in half. Are there specific areas of the SEC process that are outlined here where you think that the numbers that have been attributed are too scant and need, in other words, are there specific ones that you believe that you cannot accomplish within the number that's set on the page that need to be expanded?
It's not necessarily about believing that I can or can't accomplish them. I'm pretty confident that we can accomplish anything that you folks devise. The issue is that from a public perspective, I think that the public, in the sort of cascading way that these permits unfold, we need to make sure that they have ample time to weigh in the process. And I'm just envisioning in my mind the 45-day timeline to have a public meeting for the SEC. And my opinion on the matter is that there's no such thing as too much public input. Anybody who wants to weigh in should be given every opportunity to do so. And I'm envisioning a scenario where perhaps 40 days into a 45-day timeline, we get back something from a sister agency that's a key component of the permitting, and then the public has 5 days to ostensibly read something before formulating a coherent opinion. So I'm not saying that will happen. I'm saying that it could happen. And in my experience, as far as speed goes, if we're looking at this as an expedited process, I'm wholly supportive of the idea of you got 10 boxes to check, let's cut it down to 5. If you're taking a coal plant, you're turning it into something greener and cleaner with similar baseload capacity. Let's take those 10, let's chop it down to 5, make it easier. But easier does not automatically mean faster. And I'm confident in my agency's ability to expedite anything. I am just putting my public participation hat on, which is kind of the world I came from before I was here. So, if there was an extremely compelling reason to shorten the timelines, I'm certainly, amenable to listening. But at this juncture, I just personally wouldn't do it.
Follow up, Mr. Chair?
Follow up?
So the follow up would be then, what can we do to make this bill better? Because we are not the experts, you are. In terms of the timeline, in terms of your concerns around the timeline. Not that you can't do the job, but that the public interest might be better served if there was greater flexibility or if there were some aspects of us chopping stuff in half that were not quite half. So
Well, I know that,
what would you recommend?
I think any timeline by definition is kind of going to be arbitrary. I mean, we have a 365-day timeline for things, and that's not because it takes exactly 365 days. But what I will say is that the original incarnation of this bill before amended, and I am spacing out on if there were other substantive things in the amendment, but the thing I'm focusing on is the timelines. When I showed up at the Senate and I said, I like it, okay, that was based on the timelines as outlined in the original legislation. and then the amendment that dropped before the bill got exec chopped those in half. So I would say, since, like I said, all timelines by nature are arbitrary, I would prefer to revert to the ones that were in the original bill.
Vice Chair Thomas has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. So this goes back to a comment made by a previous testifier saying that having these shorter timelines was, he didn't say critical, but in my words, would be important and critical to capital investors as to whether they spend their money here or take it elsewhere. So where do you see the middle ground here in terms of having something that investors see as not a quagmire, so they go somewhere else, and yet leaving the public enough time to comment? And in addition, a tag on that question would be, is what the example you use of something coming in at the last minute, and therefore public having less time to take a look at it, where's the safeguards to guarantee against that being used against perhaps a project being done by someone or some entity, keep putting in new information at the last minute, and you keep extending the timeline so the public has more input? All of that, I think, should be blended into what's the happy medium on this.
Absolutely. I'll also draw your attention to another piece of testimony that is also probably contrary to my opinion, but it's worth reminding for the sake of compromise here. Is I believe it was Senator Waters mentioned the fact that there may be some IRA timelines, Inflation Reduction Act timelines, that may theoretically mesh up with things, and I think that's something that we should certainly look at. The timeline that I'm familiar with, that's not necessarily germane to this specific bill, was when the Twin State Energy Project was still theoretically a possibility. I was waiting through the grant process to apply for some money that would help in the blocking and tackling of helping the SEC come to a decision more rapidly, being the idea. So I'm familiar. There were timelines attached to that. There may be timelines attached to other things. I think it would be prudent for folks to follow up with Senator Waters. As far as the de-risking investment component here is looking at it from a regulatory perspective and phrasing it like making the process more clear. I don't personally see the timeline as being an impediment to investment. I see uncertainty with what can happen during that timeline as being an impediment to investment. I see if you've necessarily correlated a longer timeline with more opportunity for people to show up and throw monkey wrenches into the process, then that would be of concern. That's not necessarily a concern of mine, though. My concern is making sure that the public is engaged fully and thoroughly. I've found that in the instances in these type of situations, when you shortchange the public in the name of expediency, even if you're doing it, for altruistic reasons or for what you think are good reasons, you can create some strategic issues for yourself down the road, because when people feel like they're not heard, they tend to get louder, not quieter. So I apologize for giving you a roundabout answer there. I think it's a valid question. Clearly, I'm not an investor, but I think the risk is more tied to the actual known steps that you have to take and whether or not somebody can move the goalposts on you than whether it's 90 days or 45 days.
Follow up.
Thank you for the follow-up. So I agree with you in what you were describing. So in other words, what I'm hearing you say is that under the new criteria for the SEC and their flexibility to evaluate these things, that you feel the SEC has the tools now that they can navigate through all those pitfalls that you had mentioned?
I think we can, because the SEC, as we sit here today, is just myself. And I have the ability to cooperate with sister agencies, and they've been incredible in cooperation. DOE, DES, phenomenal work that they've done to make my life easier. the issue is, as far as my actual resources that I have dedicated to my mission, is 0 people. It's just myself. So if we move me over to the PUC proper, I become a force multiplier for the PUC. They can hand me some things that are pertinent to rate cases and other things they have going on. But going the other direction, I can call upon their staff personnel, which could be an analyst or an attorney, when there's a big permitting project coming down the line. And that's a very, very good position for me to be in. This next year under House Bill 609, or this next, I'm just sort of thinking before the next legislative session when we have a year under our belt. I think that, we, based on the projects that I anticipate in the queue, now that Twin States is probably not going to happen, it'll be a good dry run and a good test for us to see whether the processes and the structure outlined in 609 work. And I have confidence that they will, because I've done a handful of things by and large by myself for the past couple of years. And when you add more resources to the mix, especially ones from an agency that already has them, I like where that puts me a lot.
Representative Thomas also has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm going to preface this question by saying that I come from St. Gobain land. If with this rushed timeline, a permit, and I don't even know if you're the right person to ask this, but if with this rushed timeline, a permit is granted, and then we find out that perhaps they were not truthful, or there was subjects that were not considered, or information was not available, what protections does the state of New Hampshire have for that?
I honestly do not know the answer to that question.
Thank you.
Apologies.
Further questions? Representative Kennedy has one.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thanks for taking my question. Like Representative Thomas, I'm not sure if you're the right person to ask this question, but I had a question about the same thing that has bothered several people, which is in the first paragraph where it's talking about expansion. And it says, expansion of such facilities shall be no larger than the existing facility's nameplate capacity and shall be located at the existing facility's physical location or abutting parcel. So when I'm listening to people, Senator Waters and other people, I mean, it's clear to me that expansion and repowering is not what this is about. This is about replacement. It's about replacement of a current facility with either wind or solar. And, I mean, it's a little odd to be talking about nameplate capacity, since, again, the output from those sources is random, but you could take a look at the peak capacity of a wind farm or whatever. But, given if that is, in fact, the purpose of this part of the bill, the idea that you could replace a coal plant or a gas turbine with a wind farm or a solar farm on the same area, I think is, mistaken. I mean, those facilities take 100 times the land area of a coal plant or a gas turbine. So, if you got a current site, I mean, I don't know if it has some gigantic area around it that it's not being used, but I can foresee that if you go down this road, you're not going to have the kind of space at that site that you would need. So I don't know how you see what this paragraph means or how you would implement that. Maybe you could comment on that.
Well, trying to stay objective here to the different fuel types. One of the examples I've given, just to put it in perspective, is Merrimack Station is what we'd probably call a small coal plant, perhaps a medium-sized coal plant. It's about 500 megawatts. I think it's 490, somewhere in that range. And you can look up online. There are different sources. I forget which one I used, but there's a calculator that you can basically say, how would we replace this with something else, in terms of base load capacity or nameplate capacity. If you were to try to replace Merrimack Station with solar panels under the current technological world we live in, you'd need 3,000 acres, 3,500 acres, just to get the same generation capacity. Forgetting that would be intermittent power. So whether or not you think that's a phenomenal idea or not, I just don't think that that's going to happen. I don't think anybody is going to attempt to do that. I think the far more likely scenario is that due to improved technology or perhaps a legislative adjustment to what we call RPS, that you may see things like, green hydrogen being utilized, something else that comes in a truck or a pipe that is carbon neutral that can be utilized in a similar baseload power plant in a similar capacity. So that's not my opinion. That's just sort of a hypothetical. Wind turbines too, the installed nameplate capacity is like 3 megawatts. You get about 1 megawatt. So you would need to find a place to put 500 of those in New Hampshire to replace Merrimack Station. So I understand fully the concern, sir. I just don't think that that's what would happen.
Follow up?
Yeah, it's not just the number of the turbines. They have to be spaced also because they can't interfere with each other. But it sounds like you're aware of that. So, I mean, do you think this paragraph needs a rewrite?
Apologies, sir. Which paragraph are we looking at?
The one that's talking about, sorry, it starts on line 5 on the first page.
On page
And it's the
one.
one that's talking about expansion and repowering of current facilities.
Line 5. Okay. Facilities expansion requirements. Something kind of leaped off the theoretical page to me. It was Representative Corman, I believe's question, which was an extreme hypothetical, but say that you owned an existing generation site and then bought 1,000 acres around it. Does that grandfather in the 1,000 acres for repowering? I don't know the answer to that question. I would say generally rewrite clarity, perhaps. I'm just not, as I said in my comments, I'm just not fully understanding of what the word repowering is. To me, looking at it, it sounds pretty straightforward. You're taking a power plant, you're replacing it with a new power plant, or you're hooking up a natural gas pipeline to Merrimack Station and having it burn LNG instead of coal. But the ambiguity that's baked in gives me pause, not because I don't think I could sufficiently navigate it, but because whatever system we devise has to be resilient enough for your legislative intent to endure multiple generations of subsequent government officials. So I would leave as little up to imagination as possible. That would be my personal preference.
Okay, great. Representative Kaplan has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for coming in. This is a little more pragmatic. You mentioned your concern about public input in the process and the timeline not allowing that. So specifically, would a 90-day period for a public hearing be enough in your opinion, rather than a 45-day?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, I think so. Yeah, I think that's a reasonable thing to do. And at this point in time, again, hypothesizing the House Bill 609 world, the mechanics of actually scheduling the meeting would be far easier when you're trying to get 5 people in a room instead of 10, or 9. So I don't see any issue with that.
Okay, Representative McGee has a question.
Yeah, thanks. Actually, in the beginning of your testimony, Mr. Beamer, you used the language retrofitting or repurposing existing sites. And I think that might be more exact language that we're all trying to grapple with than, because repurposing or retrofitting implies that you're going to be transitioning it from one thing to another, rather than the repowering, which I think people are having difficulty picturing.
Yeah, I think I used those words because I wanted to sort of throw out there that things that we perceive to be synonyms may not necessarily be synonyms. And repowering is the one with probably the most ambiguity. Repurposing a site could be tearing down a power plant and making a dairy farm. I mean, but retrofitting, I think, is probably more clear because my definition of retrofitting would say hook up natural gas to Merrimack Station, turn it into a gas burner, retrofit an existing burner to burn something else. That'd be a retrofit. Repowering, though, that's the one I'm not so sure about.
Representative Munns has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for coming in. I don't know if you heard my question to Representative Waters about why it was that the bill deletes the ability for a municipality with an affected facility not to have a separate public hearing. Do you have any thoughts on that? Is that something that is meaningful, or has it gotten in the way in the past of approvals?
By separate public hearing, are you referring to the fact that if it's below a certain generation threshold, it's a municipal issue, and if it's above a threshold, it's a state issue? Because I know there are components, especially with projects, where you we're required to have an SEC meeting in the county, I believe. But if it's a transmission line that goes through multiple counties, now you're having multiple meetings in towns.
The way and as I understand it, this is in current statute, that the way it's currently worded is that if there is a proposed facility to be located in a specific municipality, that municipality has the ability to request a separate public meeting just for that municipality, separate from the one that is required to be held in the county. And this bill eliminates the ability of a municipality to request that.
Okay. Would it be all right if I get a response to that and follow up with the committee later on? Because I don't.
That's
Yes, that would be
perfectly fine.
perfectly
Okay.
acceptable.
Okay.
All right, we need to move along. Representative Corman has one final question.
Yes, and this will be quick. It's one of the questions I asked Senator Waters, which is about the sequencing of the public info sessions and then the SEC public hearing. Do they need to be in that order?
The info session preceding the public hearing?
Yes.
Are you saying statutorily or in my opinion?
Both.
Both. In my opinion, the information should be afforded to the public before the public hearing. So it's hard to comment on something that you don't have the information on.
Okay, Mr. Beamer, thank you very much.
Thank you,
We
sir.
appreciate your perspective, being the SEC guy, and appreciate you being here today. We've got to move along, though, and I'm going to call up Meredith Hatfield next to give us the perspective of the Nature Conservancy. We do want to move on to HB 540 fairly quickly.
Thank you. Good morning. Meredith Hatfield for the Nature Conservancy. We do agree with several of the points raised by Mr. Beamer and CLF, so I'll try not to repeat them. We do thank Senator Waters and the co-sponsors for trying to ensure that New Hampshire is well positioned to take advantage of IRA funding, and we agree that we need more infrastructure. It's our view that it should be non-emitting if we are going to fast track it. One concern that I don't think has been directly raised is how the timelines might impact the other agencies. So I think it would be, because DES does play such an important role in siting, it would be good to hear from DES if they can meet these timelines and if they might conflict with other laws or with federal permitting requirements. We agree with respect to whether the fast track should be tied to nameplate capacity versus interconnection for the reasons that CLF articulated. We also agree that it shouldn't apply to sites that haven't already been through the SEC process. Repowering, I believe, is potentially a term of art, and there might be a useful definition at ISO New England or in some other similar regulatory process that perhaps we could look to for that. We weren't clear if it applies to transmission. We don't have a view on whether it does, but I think when I first read this, I was thinking generation. So it might be good to just clarify that. And we do agree also with a concern about striking, allowing a municipality or an unincorporated place that might be impacted by a project to not allow them to request a public information session. And then a very technical question on page 1, line 12. I didn't know if that, I think I'm confused because that says 162H7, but later there are references to H7A. So I think perhaps Mr. Monahan knows how to answer my question, so I can ask him. And I think those were all of the comments that we had that were additional. Thank you.
Those are good catches. Thank you. Any questions for Ms. Hatfield? Seeing none, thanks again. And please do consult with Mr. Monahan about that other question. Mr. Monahan has submitted a pink card. He's willing to answer questions if there are any. He has no testimony to deliver, but is willing to answer questions. Does anyone have a question for Mr. Monahan? Representative McGee.
Yeah, I think we'd like to get the clarity about, I think I have an understanding of why on page 4, line 3, section 1B, the piece for municipalities was removed, but perhaps you can answer Representative Munn's question around why that was taken out.
Yes, and I guess it gets to fundamentally the approach of the bill. As many members of the committee know, was it last summer or 2 summers ago, you met to try to figure out a better way to get a better site evaluation committee process. One of the observations was that we have a one size fits all. So for Northern Pass, I had to go through 31 towns. You have exactly the same process as a facility that wants to do an expansion or repowering. So this is an approach to change that. The theory here is that because we are limiting this fast track to existing facilities, the community already knows that there's a power plant there, and that it will be sized to the internet connection or the nameplate or whatever might be worked out. And so having the underlying public hearing process that includes, the applicant having a pre-application process, then the site evaluation committee undertaking its public hearing, and then each of the agencies having their own public process seem to be a reasonable amount of public input because it's an existing facility. And because what we're trying to do is get to, in answer to Representative Thomas's question, the current process is a 14-month process to get through the site evaluation committee process. What we're attempting to do here is to get it to about 7 months, which gets to Mr. Andrews' concerns about the ability to attract capital, de-risk projects, things like that. So in answer to Representative Munn's questions, the thought is that the community is well aware of it. It's the applicant, when they make their application, they would consult the local community for the public hearing process. So in an effort to make the process swifter, there was a consolidation of that public hearing process.
Representative Munns has a question.
So thank you for that clarification. I guess I don't know if it's really a question, but maybe the pushback would be that, if there's a project in Rockingham County, if there's a project in Hampton, for example, I wouldn't expect that every community, every individual town in Rockingham County should be able to have a public hearing, because one meeting that covers the whole county would certainly be appropriate. But I do think that the town that's hosting this facility should have the right, the privilege, if you will, to have a separate meeting in their town to make it as convenient as possible for the people in that town to ask their questions, because they are the ones that are the most directly impacted. So
Yeah,
I'm struggling, still struggling with why the language is taken out.
I think that's fair, and there's probably an easy way to address that without adding time to the system. And that's because these are existing facilities. I don't think you necessarily have to rely on the county, which was, legacy legislation. So perhaps that public information session should take place in the community in which the current facility exists. But of course, any municipality is free to intervene at the site evaluation committee. They often do.
Follow up.
You need a follow-up, okay.
So but I think that's what we want to try to avoid, right? Having municipalities intervene in a legal way. I mean, that
Yeah, and that's
really
what the public
that
information-
really slows the process.
And that's
up.
what the public information process is for, is
Yes.
so that prior to the application being made, folks participate in it. So I appreciate Representative Vos, you have a lot to do. I'm happy to participate in it. I'm the architect of this, and so I'm happy to answer any questions, work with the committee. But honestly, I think the goal is to try over this process is to get to yes on this, so we have a system that we can point to those who want to invest in New Hampshire to say we have taken some steps to make it quicker. The goal here was not to eliminate the environmental permitting or the other processes that take place within in the process. It was a matter of more efficient timelines for existing facilities. So,
Okay. Representative Kaplan gets the last question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Monahan. Just following up with the idea of increasing the 45-day period for a public hearing to a 90-day hearing. What is your opinion on that, and how would that fit into your expedited process?
the underlying theory here is that we're trying to have a swifter system for facilities that already exist, and that it's really incumbent upon the applicant to make that process work so that people feel informed and they're a part of the process. And so the reason we're suggesting it change from 90 to 45 days is so that we can have a quicker bureaucratic process while at the same time respecting the role of public input. We're comfortable with that because we are talking about modifications or changes to facilities that already exist and are part of the community.
Well, it looks like we have a lot to discuss in our work session on this bill. And I sincerely hope that you'll be able to be here when we have that work session. I haven't scheduled it yet, so I can't tell you when it is, but
Yep. Unless it's at the same hour as the eclipse, I will be here. But
I'll try not to schedule it for
yeah,
that hour.
but I must say, I have everyone who's testified today. I have been in touch with. I've shared draft amendments. I think we will not necessarily, if it's okay with you, continue to work with stakeholders to narrow the issues so that when we do get to a work session, there's some agreement about how to approach all this.
Well, now you know what our concerns are, so that'll work well.
Great. Thank
All
you.
right, so thank you. We're going to close the public hearing then on Senate Bill 451, and we're going to turn around very quickly and open a public hearing on Senate Bill 540. And here to introduce the bill to us on behalf of Senator Lang is Daley Furnett, who is the Senate aide, I believe, for Senator Lang. So Daley, welcome. Good to see you again, and thank you for being here.
Good to see you as well. Good morning, Chairman Vos and members of the committee. My name is Daley Furnett, and I'm the Senate Majority Caucus Director. I'm here to introduce SB 540 on behalf of Senator Lang. As amended by the Senate, Senate Bill 540 would require the Department of Energy to investigate ways to facilitate both behind-the-meter energy storage and utility-scale energy storage in New Hampshire. The investigation would be divided into two portions. The first would be focused on residential behind-the-meter storage with a report due December 30th of 2025, and the second focused on utility scale storage with a due date of December 30th of 2026. The Senate amended the bill by adding in the requirement that 1, the department specifically consider how public policy can best establish accurate and efficient price signals for energy storage projects that avoid actual transmission and distribution costs or reduce wholesale electricity market prices, and 2, the best way to encourage both utility and non-utility investments in energy storage projects. The amendment also added in the reporting dates in December 2025 and December 2026, and that the bill will take effect upon passage. Senator Lang, thanks you for your consideration of SB 540. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to speak this morning. And if you have any questions, I can either bring them to Senator Lang and make sure you all get an answer. I also believe the Department of Energy is here who can also answer any questions that you have.
Excellent. Thank you for introducing this legislation. Any questions from the committee? Representative Kaplan has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Furnett, for coming in. I just have a quick question. There seems to be that this is amending a statute that set up a report to be issued this year, this August, I believe. So why the extension? It seems to me that this bill basically just extends a report that was already due.
Yeah, I actually don't know the answer to that question, but I'll be happy to get back to you after I talk to Senator Lang.
Thank you.
We'll be hearing from the DOE in just a minute. They may have the answer to that question. Any other questions for Mr. Fournette? Seeing none, well, thank you.
Thank you very much,
And,
Mr. Chair.
Please say hi to Senator Lang for us. And next, we'll hear from Josh Elliott of the Department of Energy. Good morning, Mr. Elliott, and welcome.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. For the record, Josh Elliott, Director of the Division of Policy and Programs with the New Hampshire Department of Energy. As Mr. Fredette summarized the bill quite well, essentially this has the department taking on sort of a dual track investigation, first of looking at behind the meter storage and then looking at utility scale storage through our investigatory process. With those dates of having a report due by December 30th, 2025 for the initial one, and then the report for the utility scale storage due by December 30th of 2026. I have a testimony letter that is coming around, realizing that you've heard a lot today. I'm happy to stop and take any questions the committee may have about the bill before you.
Okay, questions from the committee? Representative McGee.
Hi, thank you for being here. Thank you for your testimony. When I first took a look at the bill, I noticed that in the analysis where it says the bill requires the Department of Energy to investigate ways to facilitate, I wondered if facilitate was the right place to stop in terms of modifying what it is that you're doing with the investigation. Is it to facilitate adoption of, or to facilitate the benefit? Like, I just feel like it stops a little short of defining what you're going to be doing, although I think the bill does have some good detail in it.
Thank you for the question, Representative. Yeah, so it's sort of a dual, not to use the dual track phrase again, but essentially how to facilitate those actually A through F of what are we looking at here, right? What are we, and I think you can look at subset on line 11 and 12, how public policy can best establish accurate and efficient price signals for energy storage projects, how to best encourage both utility and non-utility investments in storage projects. So there's acknowledgement, not explicit, but certainly implicit if you're looking through the duties here of energy storage is a good tool in the toolkit. How can we make sure that it is operating efficiently within New Hampshire? And what are those public policy choices that need to be structured around those to ensure that?
So follow up.
Follow up.
So are we to determine that if we pass this bill into legislation, that by the end of 2025 and the end of 2026, you will be giving us actionable information in order for us to move forward with legislation or programs that should be implemented in order to address each of these?
Thank you for the
respectively?
question. Yes, if through the course of the investigation, there are clear statutory hurdles, whether it's what have you in terms of either citing battery storage or citing it or either efficient price signals and things like that need clear either legislative direction on. I think that would be included as part of those investigations presented to this committee as well as your colleagues in other committees for consideration if the legislature would want to move forward with such a policy.
And the last tie-in
Follow
I'll
up.
have, is any of this actually going to dovetail along with the climate action plan that DES is working on? Because I just keep wondering how the connections work in terms of what we're pursuing and why.
Thank you for the question. We have been working with our colleagues at Environmental Services regarding their PCAP, their climate action plan. There are references to storage in it. This genesis was actually of this bill came prior to that, but I don't see them as working in conflict with one another.
Representative Kaplan has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Elliott. as I asked the previous speaker, I'm going to repeat my question to you. It seems like 374H3 came into effect August 2022, and that was mandating a report that would have been due in 2 years. What happened to that report, and how does that tie into this extension?
Thank you very much for the question, Representative. That's an excellent question. Two main factors. The first of which is the original study did not allow the department to hire any consultants or get any additional help in terms of actually moving this forward. Battery storage is not something that the department necessarily has in-house expertise on, and we would have to rely on consultants in order to be able to help move forward the process, both as on the engagement side as well as sort of the very technical details that would be contemplated, including engineering standards and things like that. The second, we had a pair of bills passed, which I'm sure you're all familiar with the Bipartisan Infrastructure Law and the Inflation Reduction Act. So a lot of staff time has been devoted to working through those applications, working through all the thought process behind standing up all the multitude of programs that are included as part of that. Senator Waters is a particular proponent of battery storage. We worked with him in the Senate to make sure that we could sort of refresh this process, get it moving forward again, and give the department the resources to be able to produce a quality investigation.
Representative Munns has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for coming back to our committee. I had some questions about language that was changed or deleted from the existing statute by this bill. The first question was the bill, uses a term utility scale energy storage as opposed to front of the meter storage, which is in current statute. What's the difference?
Thank you for the question. That is a good question. Regarding, they could be really interchangeable. Utility scale storage, I think, provides a little bit of a better definition of what exactly are we talking about. These would be merchant projects similar to a generation station in terms of scale, and would be participating in the market that way. They would be participating as part of bidding into the ISO New England process for capacity. Whereas front of the meter sort of a little bit more vague, but I think it just provided a little bit more definition to what exactly we're talking about.
And follow up?
Follow up.
And in existing statute, it talks about that the department shall investigate for both utility and non-utility owned energy storage projects. Does this bill limit it to just utility owned?
It does not. The second study, if you will, or the second investigation, references utility scale. I'm just double checking to make sure. Actually, it's contemplated actually in line 1 of page 2 to encourage both utility and private sector investments.
Okay, additional questions. Representative Bernardi has one.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So the fiscal note, as well as the last part of the bill, references assessing electric distribution utilities for the cost of doing these studies. So can you, I guess, explain how you came up with that costing and why these costs should be levied on the distribution utilities?
Thank you for the question, Representative. So the cost estimate was done based on similar investigations. Obviously, no investigation is identical based on the contents that it seeks to examine. But we've got a pretty good idea of roughly how much these investigations cost. The figure that's quoted in the fiscal note is probably a little bit on the higher end, but we'd rather come in with the higher end so you know exactly, the committee can, and as well as your colleagues in House Finance, know exactly what the cost could potentially be. Regarding the second question in terms of the funding mechanism, if the traditionally that is how investigations are funded through assessments on the on the regulated utilities. In this case, it would be similar to any investigations that we do where there's a direct nexus to the distribution grid, which is why the electric utilities would be assessed for this.
Follow up.
So someone doing battery storage is not necessarily is not necessarily a utility. They're an independent, could be an independent entity. How is that justified then?
Thank you for the question. Yes, it would be justified in the fact that these would be connecting to the distribution utility. It would be would be connecting to the distribution system of these utilities, and then in theory, potentially reducing costs, provided that they're cited correctly. There's the correct market mechanisms to cost for those electric distribution to utilities, whether it's reduction in future upgrades needed or capacity or things like that. But I'd be happy to take back to legal counsel to have that take a look at that and whether there's a more appropriate funding mechanism.
Representative Lewicki has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking my question. One of my questions, having been more closely related to the business, is do these batteries actually exist? How many kilowatt hours, how many megawatt hours of battery can be had? And how does that compare with, for instance, the Merrimack Station or some of our existing generating facilities?
Thank you very much for the question. So on the residential side, Liberty Utilities actually has a pilot project where they have installed these in residential homes within their service territory. They are moving to phase 2 of that phase 2 of that pilot. Fortunately, phase 2 has then been wrapped up within their rate case, which the department has filed objections to and was requested to be dismissed for a variety of reasons completely unrelated to battery storage. But that is sort of where it sits in from a regulatory standpoint within the state. They are available on the commercial market. I'm aware that Tesla has Powerwalls. I'm sure there are other companies that provide similar services, in which place you essentially have them as backup within residential homes. Regarding utility scale, the U.S. Department of Energy has provided funding to one particular facility in West Virginia. It's a private firm where they are working on utility scale, long duration battery storage using iron rather than lithium or other sort of more difficult to find components. I am not familiar and well versed in the chemistry of how it works, but my understanding is essentially it's the rusting and unrusting of the iron, which is how the energy is stored.
Follow up?
The question is, do the batteries exist? How do they compare with existing generating facilities?
Thank you for the clarification. Yes, they do exist. They're in their infancy. It would depend on a variety of factors as to how scalable those are. So I'd be happy to look up and do some additional research and get you an answer as to that.
Thank you for that offer. Representative Corman has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Elliott. So you said that that DOE currently does not have expertise in batteries. Are there plans to add that expertise, given that we believe that batteries are going to become more and more important in terms of reliability and especially making sure that renewable energy is also going to contribute to dispatchable energy?
Thank you for the question, Representative. Yes, so by doing these investigations, right, the department also gains that knowledge and that expertise as part of that process of where we can have folks in-house who learn more about these through going through these processes. I think that answers the question.
Representative Munns has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for indulging me again. In the bill on page 1, lines 18 and 19, it says review programs and regulatory requirements in other jurisdictions to identify best practices for a potential program. And it's not clear what that program is. I looked at the existing statute, and the existing statute talks about a bring your own device program. Is that what you have in mind here, or what does that mean?
Thank you for the question, Representative. That might have just been as we were putting together the bill with Senator Lang, that may have been a key phrase that inadvertently got dropped. I'm happy to go back and take a look at the statute that you cited there and look to make sure that if that was dropped, that we reinsert it.
Follow up?
Follow up.
If it is that, which I suspect it probably is, what is a bring your own device program?
Sure. Thank you for the question. Bring your own device essentially is where rather than having a utility pay for your battery storage within your home, essentially you pay out of pocket of yourself and go and install a battery device in your own home.
Thank you.
Okay, any further questions for Mr. Elliott and the DOE? Seeing none, I want to thank you for being here. We'll look forward to the additional information you can supply to help us decide what to do with this legislation.
Of course. Thank you.
I have no more pink cards on this bill. Is there anybody else who would like to say anything about it? Seeing none, we're going to close the public hearing on Senate Bill 540. And we're going to enter a lunch recess. We will resume our activity today at 1 p.m. with a full committee work session on the three bills that we heard last week: Senate Bill 303, Senate Bill 388, and Senate Bill 391. We will see you at 1 o'clock. Okay, good afternoon, everybody, and welcome back to Science, Technology, and Energy for Monday, March 25th. We are now going to convene a full committee work session on the three Senate bills that we heard last week. Those are Senate Bills 303-FN, relative to the use of renewable energy funds by the Department of Energy. Senate Bill 388-FN, relative to administration of utilities by the Department of Energy. And finally, Senate Bill 391, relative to electric grid interconnection for certain customer generators. We will not be discussing Senate Bills 451 and 540, which we just heard in public hearings this morning. So we'll just confine our deliberations this afternoon to 303, 388, and 391. And we're going to start our deliberations with a task that I neglected to perform earlier, and to which I apologize to everybody for not having done this. I'm going to ask Representative Ploget to give us the blue sheet information on the previous Senate bills, 303, 388, and 391.
Thank you, Chair. Okay, on the Senate Bill 303, the blue sheet was 1 in support, 1 opposed. Online, there was 14 in support, 0 opposed. Senate Bill 391. I'm sorry, 388. The blue sheet was 0 in support, 0 opposed. Online, 16 in support, 0 opposed. Senate Bill 391. The blue sheet was 6 in support, 0 opposed. Online, 108 in support, 2 opposed. And thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you. By any chance, do you have blue sheet information on the two bills we heard this morning?
Yes, I do. So, Senate Bill 451, the blue sheet was 1 in support, 1 opposed. Online, there was 5 in support, 1 opposed. 540, blue sheet was 0. None in support, none opposed. Online, 3 in support, 2 opposed.
Okay, thank you very much. And once again, I apologize for forgetting to recognize Representative Ploget so that he could do the blue sheet inform us about the contents of the blue sheets. That's an oversight on my part. I apologize. Okay, so now let's get started with a full committee work session. We'll start first with Senate Bill 303FN, as amended by the Senate, relative to the use of renewable energy funds by the Department of Energy. To refresh everyone's memory, this is a little bit of a housekeeping bill in that it, no, that's the next bill, I'm sorry. This is a bill that wants to allow the Department of Energy to use some money from the Renewable Energy Fund for battery storage projects. And I'd be interested to hear your reaction to this bill, whether you think it needs any changes, any additions, subtractions. What is the committee's?
Battery storage was removed. That was removed.
Oh, it was.
In the Senate amendment.
Oh, okay.
So either we put it back in or we make it consistent.
It largely fixes dates and in the current law and permits money for towns and cities, permits rebates for some older residential solar projects, because when the date was originally fixed, but if they are doing some redesigning, focuses rebates largely for the new projects, and the battery storage business was all removed. The goal is no alternative compliance payments impacted by laws of other states. And that's essentially what he said in his testimony.
Okay, good. Thank you, Representative Bernardi, for refreshing our memory about what this bill is about. So it also changes the date of the issuance of the annual report by the department from October 1st to November 1st, beginning in 2024. Okay. All right. Representative McGee.
I was just going to say, I think the bolded language, in my understanding, the first section of the bolded language on the first page, starting at line 16, basically says that they may modify existing programs or opportunities. Funding allocations shall be subject to the apportionment requirements under paragraph X, which is where they discuss the apportionment of the funds that need to be used for low and middle income projects as opposed to everything else. And then part B under there that's also bolded is the part that includes subdivisions or municipalities that have projects that are backed up in the system waiting for funding in order to go forward. And in that section says it is excluded from those requirements, the apportionment requirements. So those were the two things that I thought the bill mainly was trying to accomplish, was to let us use the money for those municipal projects that seem to be pending, that could really use some grants from the state in order to make them work.
Yes, I think you're correct. Does anybody think this is acceptable as is, or do you think it needs to be changed? Representative Thomas.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. One of my questions on this bill hearing was what was the plan to inform towns and communities about this program change? And I'm not sure I heard a good answer to that, but I'm not sure that it would hold up this bill either, but that's just a concern of mine.
I think that's a pretty common concern with all legislative changes, right? Representative Munns.
One of the things I was struggling with a little bit on line 14, where we talk about how money to individual projects is going to be allocated, there's a desire to ensure that those are directed to individuals that meet the low to moderate income standards, which I think is great. The new language relating to political subdivision specifically says that that doesn't apply, which I understand. But I'm wondering if there couldn't be some language added that says that if it's a case of two different communities competing for the same amount of money, if there's enough money for everybody, great. But if there's only a limited amount of money and there's two different communities, say Portsmouth versus Berlin, competing for a limited amount of money, would the lower income community get the benefit of the doubt and get the money first?
Where would you suggest inserting language to affect that?
You can probably amend that clause B to instead of saying it shall not be subject to the apportionment requirements, add some language kind of along the lines of what I just said. And the idea is that it's only in a situation where there's two different communities competing for, the available money. And I can draft some language if there's some interest in that.
So are you talking about page 1 or page 2?
Page 1. Lines 19 through 24.
Oh, okay. All right. Any other suggestions for potential modifications? Before we go any farther, let me just say that what we're doing here today is we're kind of just brainstorming. We're not going to go out and write any amendments today. What I'm trying to do is to identify what might need to be amended and how it might be done so that we can put together a concrete proposal for creating an amendment at some future date. So I like your idea, Representative Munns, that we consider prioritizing who gets the money. But we don't have to write the language right now, but we should identify where is the best place in the bill to put it. Representative Lewicki?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. What I'm thinking, I keep thinking, I don't know whether there's an appropriate way to do it within the bill, but to look at cost benefit. If we're, for instance, we're looking at spending money or giving money away, and we don't know what the return may be. And for instance, if we spend $1 million getting 1 kilowatt hour of battery storage, this is not a good deal. As I say, I don't know how to put it into the bill or whether it would even belong in this bill, but I keep thinking that about many of the bills that come through.
Okay, Representative Partial?
Thank you, Chair. I don't think this bill actually deals with battery except for in the analysis and the methodology. It's the only place where batteries are actually mentioned. And Joshua Elliott from the DOE suggested striking all the language that's concerned about batteries. I can appreciate your concern about cost-benefit analysis. I really do. But I just don't think we need to talk about batteries with this particular bill.
Okay, yeah, and I was just using that as a for instance. It could apply to almost anything that we're doing, as that there should be some relation between cost and benefit.
And just to follow up on that, because I think we're in agreement, but is it possible if we are going to amend this to take Joshua Elliott's advice and strike out all references to batteries in the bill?
They're not in the bill.
Yeah.
Well, they're in the analysis and the methodology.
Analysis, yeah. I'm not sure how important the analysis portion is, but yeah, we should probably have it revised, yes.
So could just go this bill delete the rest of the description without.
Yes, could you turn your mic on and repeat that?
Sorry
please?
about that. Yeah, if we just take, under the analysis, if we take everything after this bill and put a line through it up until the comma, then it would just say this bill deletes the required renewable generation incentives program and authorizes a political subdivision incentive, rebate, or grant program using the fund. So that would be clear.
Yeah, okay, that's a good change. Representative Thomas?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I question the wording on lines 21 and 22 on page 1 where it says political subdivisions. I just haven't seen that before. Should it be municipal? No? Okay. It is
Yes,
correct.
that
Okay.
is a correct term.
Thank you.
Yep. For legislative language, maybe not for everyday language, but. Representative Munns?
There was one other thing I was a little bit concerned about with the bill. On page 2, lines 21 and 22 repeals several sections from current statute. And those relate to solar programs, I believe, solar incentive programs. And we heard some testimony that that there was those programs were not working, therefore we should eliminate it. But there was a commitment to develop, a replacement program, and it concerns me a little bit about eliminating something without having a replacement available. And I, wonder why we can't, if the program's not working, why we can't either leave it as it is until we know what the language is or put the new language in.
Mr. Elliott, would you be willing to try to see if you could shed some light on that question? Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. Again, Josh Elliott, Director of the Division of Policy and Programs with the Department of Energy. Representative Munns, thank you for the question. Regarding the philosophy sort of behind it, we wouldn't want to, if kept in place until a replacement is devised, there's no, we would be spending money that on a program that we know to be ineffective. We can't zero out that program. We can't eliminate it without clear statutory the repeals of these statutes. Otherwise, it directs us to operate this program. So we'd be spending money on a program we know doesn't work.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, go ahead, Representative Munns.
So you're saying that the program's ineffective on what basis? I mean, have we seen any reports on that?
Thank you for the question. It's ineffective in the sense that the rebate offered amount is currently $1,000, where there is the general belief and thought that a $1,000 rebate is not going to make the difference whether or not somebody installs a solar panel. In large part, I'm sure there are probably individual cases where that may make a sense, but we end up seeing that it just subsidized solar development that otherwise would have happened absent this, not truly incenting new solar development.
And these payments are from the Renewable Energy Fund itself?
That is correct, yes.
That is correct, okay. I'm looking at the language of RSA 362 F10 right at the moment. Did you have a hand up, Representative Kaplan? Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. This is in reference to Representative Lewicki's desire to have a cost-benefit analysis built into this. And I appreciate that's a good idea in practice, but this is part of a program, the REX program, that already has been determined to be of, benefit to the state. So I'm not sure how that would work. And I'm not, given that those kind of analyses are driven by all kinds of factors that take many, many years to work out in adjudicative proceedings, that whether or not we could actually arrive at a workable definition of a cost-benefit analysis for these programs. And given that the larger program that it's a part of has already been determined to be of benefit to the state, it might be problematic. That's just my thought.
Okay. While we have, well, I see he's already left. I was going to say, while we had Josh up at the table, we could ask him more questions, but.
He was hiding behind Sam.
Oh, okay. Do you have any further questions for Josh? Representative McGee.
So to kind of tie it up in a bow, so the way I look at it, is it safe to say that the effort of this bill is to take the Renewable Energy Fund and focus it towards what we know is an existing need, so that we can address that backlog, as Mr. Evans Brown has said in his testimony, of people that have projects kind of pending?
Thank you for the question. It's sort of twofold, in the one sense that a lot of these programs have been around for a while, and of course markets change. They're different. The math works. Different projects pencil out that may not have before, or projects that did no longer do for a variety of reasons, unrelated to this. Which is what we started our initial stakeholder process of saying, okay, well, what's working, what's not working? I can make certain assumptions, but without talking to the folks out in the field, I don't know what's working, what's not working. So the goal of this is really to refresh and reform the REF to make sure that it's responding to the needs of the market and the people of the state of New Hampshire in such a way that is offering help to where they need help rather than maybe where they needed help 10 years ago.
Yes, follow up.
So then the follow-up would be in relation to Representative Munn's question. If we were to take section B on page 1, which starts at line 19 to 24, if we were to basically say that for political subdivision projects, that they would not be subject to apportionment requirements under paragraph 10, but that maybe there should be some kind of deference given to, Do you see any benefit, or do you see it being a hindrance for us to try and ask that the monies be allocated to projects in communities that are not all high income communities?
Thank you for the question. It is one that I think a lot of state agencies are dealing with as going through the Biden administration's Justice 40 initiative. And it's a question really of looking at where we're putting our resources, right? And it sort of gets to the crux of the underpinning of the REF of we want to make sure we're incentivizing projects that would not have otherwise happened. I think it's a policy decision. I can say that we are developing in the process of developing a through an EECBG formula grant or Energy Efficiency Conservation Block Grant, a municipal solar program that is designed to essentially be the guinea pig, if you will, for something future here. And in the scoring weighting within that program does have it tilted towards what would be considered lower income communities. The crux is really how you define lower income, right? What metric should we use as a state agency? So if I'm implementing that and you were to put in, or the committee were to put in language to that effect, I think clear definition of what you would consider low income or what metric you would like you to use. Because I could easily see two different communities saying, well, based on this metric, I'm the lower income. No, on this metric, I'm the lower income, right? So there would need to be some sort of common definition of what you would consider a lower income community, which I think would be very helpful.
And also, if we used your language of trying to incent programs that wouldn't otherwise happen, you would have difficulty meeting that barrier as well, right?
Yes.
It would...
Yeah. Yes. Thank you.
So is the language on page 2, starting at line 10, that talks about 80% of the area median income calculated by the Department of Housing and Urban Development, is that the kind of metric that would work in this situation?
I think a metric that could work, there's a variety of metrics out there depending on what you're looking at, what factors you want to weight. One common one that is used is free and reduced lunch enrollments, because that's a pretty good proxy of where a community might be.
Say that again.
Oh, I'm sorry. Free and reduced lunch enrollments. As a proportion, you could say, okay, if you're over this number or below the state average or you're above the state average, that is just one. There are some issues with that data set just because of the lingering effects of the pandemic, of where there weren't, it was automatic versus having to actually enroll the students in those programs, which caused a whole host of other issues. But so some of those numbers, I would have to check with our colleagues at the New Hampshire Department of Education to see where the timing in that is. I'd be happy to get back to the committee with a good metric that we thought would be the right one to use. But I wouldn't want to say something off the cuff and then find out later that from somebody who knows more than I do about the metric, oh, there's this tremendous thing, there's this flaw underlying that and you don't want to use that because of, and I just don't know at the moment off the top of my head.
Yes, I think that would be useful if you could make a couple of suggestions along those lines. Representative Corman.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm looking at page 1, line 20, and it says develop incentive or rebate programs or competitive grant opportunities. So it seems to me there are 3 different things here: incentive programs, rebate programs, and competitive grant opportunities. And when we talk about deciding which community would get a grant based on income, I mean, it seems like that would be for the competitive grant opportunities, and for the incentive and rebate programs, those can actually be tailored in various ways and could actually be tailored so that they're directed to lower income communities. Am I correct in thinking that?
Thank you for the question. Yes, they could. So that language is actually a carbon copy of what is above on where you see right actually on line 15. So just to ensure consistency throughout the statute, we use that language again. I think contemplated by the department. Obviously, we would want to get some stakeholder input on that, but our thinking is that, our initial thinking would be that it would be a competitive grant program, would be the easiest way they can provide a whole application of what they're doing. We can target funds that way. As you mentioned, it's easier, right? If you have a competitive grant program, you're evaluating all of them at once, versus if it's a rebate program, you're getting them in as they come in. You can't say, well, if I known this one was coming in, I wasn't going to fund that first one. So.
Okay. Any other thoughts about this bill? Sounds like we have a couple of opportunities here to potentially make it better. All right, seeing no more hands up, I think we'll move on. and go to Senate Bill 388 relative to administration of utilities by the Department of Energy. And in order to avoid the mistake I made on the first bill, I'll ask the clerk to refresh our memory about what this bill is about. I think this one is more of a cleanup
This
bill.
was a bill requested from DOE. A bill requested by DOE, and there will be an amendment. It's a technical cleanup bill. Homeowners being households, therefore renters can qualify, fixes the report date. Section 6 fixes the exemption procedures for assessment of expenses, removes straggler wireless tasks. Amendment to be supplied will address new solar owner only, ensure projects are ready to move forward, and adds by rule or order in a couple of places as an interim fix. Clear as mud?
No, I remember it. I was looking, I'm pretty sure, Josh, am I correct that you sent us some suggested amendment tank language for this? I was trying to find it.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I did send along suggested language that would accomplish the items that the clerk had mentioned in his recounting of this bill.
Was it attached to your testimony or?
Yes, so it is in the testimonial letter. I also sent a Word document to folks. So it's actually, if you're looking at the testimonial letter, it's actually on the back page.
Yes, I found it. And I know that I have it in this folder here somewhere.
Never mind, everyone found it.
Everyone should have a copy of this, is that correct?
Yes. Everyone got one, whether they still have it.
Well, that's true. All right. So I found it. So the first suggested amendment is on lines 15 and 16 to change the Department of Energy by rule or order shall develop a process by which community solar developers can apply for designation as community solar project as a community solar project for new solar arrays. That's the new language that would be added. 15 and 16.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
does the Department of Energy do rules as well as orders currently?
They do. They do a lot of rulemaking, actually. We gave them, as you'll recall, when we created the Department of Energy, we gave them 5 years to move all of the PUC rules that are now DOE rules because they thought it would take that long to do all that rulemaking. How's that going, by the way?
I think we'll probably hear a lot more about it in the next bill. But yes, it's underway now. We're working through water and sewer rules at the moment. And we had a public hearing. It escapes me as to which rule set is currently under, is going to have public comment, either just did or will in the near future. The rule set doesn't impact my division, so I couldn't tell you off the top of my head what, but it's on our website if folks are curious.
Excellent. So the next suggested amendment is, Representative Gorman.
Thank you. Because I'm relatively new, I actually don't know the difference between rule and order. Can that be explained to me, please?
Certainly. Josh?
Sure, I will give it a shot. So I'm gonna do the rule one because that's a little bit more straightforward. So under RSA 541A, each state agency in state government is given rulemaking authority. Sometimes it's more explicit in terms of the legislature saying you must develop rules. I like to think of it this way: sort of legislation spells out the framework, and then rules fills in all the little gaps in between. So it's literally everything from what form is used to the font size to how something is done. You may say, actually probably using the previous example, set up a program for low income. Okay, well, what do we mean by low income? How should that look? Sort of filling out all the details that the legislature doesn't need, either should say, that the legislature may not necessarily want to weigh into sort of the everyday day-to-day operations of a state agency. So those are the rule sets that go through the JLCAR process, or a Joint Legislative Committee on Administrative Rules. So it sort of functions similar to the Fiscal Committee, where they meet on a monthly basis, and each state agency presents the rules to the JLCAR committee. They review them. There's a whole process about how they're reviewed, public hearings, things like that, essentially to ensure that as a state agency, we're not making up rules that fall outside what the legislative directive was. So that is sort of rules in a nutshell. I'm sure if there are any rules experts or those folks who've served on JLCAR, they may have may take issue, but that's sort of a broad brushstroke. Orders are a more specific instance of where the commissioner is actually given the authority to essentially undertake a process that has legal backing. So if, for example, this is usually where it comes into contrast with rules. So for example, if you have a rule set, right, you can say, okay, we're making these decisions based on this rule set. Absent a rule set, there's no sort of backing as to why you've made a decision to do A versus B, X versus Y. The order gives the ability to the department to move forward and act on those things and give it the legal authority to do so. Again, within the confines of where the legislature has said, yes, you can issue orders based on this. So essentially, as you're going through the process, somebody who either may not like it or wasn't chosen or something like that can't say, oh, you know what? You didn't have the legal authority to do any of that. So therefore, you can't choose anybody. I didn't get picked. You can't choose anybody. So that's sort of it in a nutshell. But it's only used in the limited circumstances where the legislature has said, yes, by rule or by order. So order typically viewed as sort of an interim before the formal rules get adopted.
Thank you.
So by adding this language by rule or by order, it allows the department to either create a rule and then enforce it with an order, or in some cases just to use an order based on authorization given somewhere else in statute to make something happen. So that's the essential, the essence of rule and order. So if we go back to lines 21, 23 of the original bill, we can add to that sentence, and that demonstrates project readiness. That seems like a reasonable addition. Any comment on that? Still on page 1, lines 21 to 23. Wait a minute. Yeah, section 3, lines 21 to 23. There's a sentence that begins, if more than 6 megawatts of projects. The suggestion is to add, after the word credit, at the end of that sentence, a comma, followed by, and that demonstrates project readiness before the period.
And just to be a picky grammarian, since it's about projects plural, it should be demonstrate, not demonstrates.
Yeah, that's probably true. Okay.
And I would also remove the comma.
So, Mr. Elliott, could you explain why you thought would be a good addition?
Certainly. First, thank you, Representative Corman, for the grammatical correction. I read through these a number of times, and there's still always stuff that I miss, so I always appreciate that. So yes, thank you for the question regarding the addition of that demonstrate project readiness. This would only come into a circumstance of where more than 6 megawatts of projects apply. In theory, you could have a project that comes in under this program, and based on the current statute, is just of the greatest on-bill credit. So a project could come in and say, you know what, we're going to offer 99% of our output for our exports, the monetary credits, to go to this program for the on-bill credits for the LMI customers. That sounds great in principle, right? Although if you're reading through an application, you could see, okay, well, they don't have site control of where they're proposing to build this, or they haven't done, there's no interconnection point nearby that makes sense for the size of the array that they're proposing. Or, for example, a myriad of other sort of issues like that sort of tell the reviewer, "Ooh, I don't know if this project is quite ready yet." In the event that there's more than 6 megawatts who apply, you could have some project that's at the other lower end. I'm going to make up a number, say 30% offering, but they've already done, they've demonstrated site control. They have a clear financing plan. They have all of these things that sort of show, yeah, this project will get off the ground. This project will happen, assuming all else being equal. Versus sort of this aspirational project, which doesn't sort of pass the sniff test, and then you have which would end up knocking out that project that would actually get done. So if we were to just go purely based on the largest on-bill credit, I don't know why they would do this, but someone in theory could file an application with a very high number on it, just designed to occupy that queue without actually having any intention of doing the project. Based on the way the current statute is written, our only ability to weed out those programs or to make those designations is based on the largest on-bill credit. So by adding and demonstrates project readiness, we could say, okay, this application for this project, they're clearly not ready yet. And by taking space in the queue, they are essentially ensuring that another project that may have a lower on-bill credit, but is viable and actually is ready to go, would then not get included. So even though on paper, oh, well, this is a much better project because it's going to offer all these other resources, it's not a real number versus the project that gets kicked out even though it actually would have happened.
Okay, I think that's a good addition. Representative Munns?
Thank you, Mr. Elliott. So we get in this bill, we get it again at the whole issue of low to moderate income and the definition of those groups. So I'm curious as to what the definition is we're using for this bill and these programs. But before you answer that, I have another question. I noticed that we change the language from low to moderate income homeowners to low to moderate income households, which in my mind kind of decrease.
Looking throughout the rest of that statute, the word household is used repeatedly throughout that section of statute. Actually, you can see it on page 1, line 17, for the benefit of households. The use of the word household versus homeowner in this sense does not necessarily apply to, okay, whose income do you count versus whose do you not count? It's to make it clear that this program is available for renters. So even though you are not a homeowner, right, you still have a household. So that would be the distinction there. Now, the department has interpreted this statute to be inclusive by the references to households. That would mean including renters. So this is just a cleanup to make sure the statute's consistent throughout.
Follow up.
Go ahead.
But what is the definition? What's the threshold? And then just getting back to the previous bill, couldn't we use that same threshold?
Sure. I am flipping back to the previous bill because there is the exact definition of what LMI is in a tangential way. Sorry. Yeah, so there's part of it is up to 80% of AMI, which is essentially any resident of a public housing authority or Section 8 housing or something like that. Trying to recall off the top of my head, I can get back to you on this. I believe the threshold is 300% of federal poverty, but that is done based on the household. So for the 303 bill discussed earlier, this program looks at the individual households rather than the community as a whole. Excuse me.
Okay, the other amendments suggested by the department have absolutely nothing to do with this solar incentive program. They are changes to a different part of RSA 362F that apply to useful thermal energy, and they just add the words by rule or order to two different paragraphs. Now, both of these useful thermal energy paragraphs are paragraphs that were added by statute last session or last year that split the definition of useful thermal energy into two categories, large and small, and exempt the small category from certain metering requirements in order to prove that it qualifies for RECs. That was language that everybody endorsed last year, but for some reason, we left out the language of by rule or order, which gives the department the ability to actually make rules and enforce them. So I think this is a reasonable addition. I'd be in favor of it. Any comment or questions for Mr. Elliott? Representative Munns.
So that would be something new to the bill, right? I mean, there's nothing in the bill right now that addresses that?
Correct. This is a different section of law.
The thermal energy.
Correct.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
It is germane, though, because it addresses the same statute. If it addressed a different statute, it would not be germane, but it addresses RSA 362F, so it is germane. Representative Bernardi.
So I'm in favor of going forward with all the amendments that DOE has proposed here.
Okay. Further comment? Representative Thomas.
This is about the bill in general, not specifically this conversation. So that's okay?
Absolutely.
Okay. Starting on line 25 on page 2, all of those repeals, we heard that they were repealed because the personal wireless service is no longer within the purview of the department. Does anybody own that now, or is that just dead?
Oh,
Do you have any insight on that, Josh?
sure. Thank you for the question, Representative. So when those statutes were originally drafted and passed into law, it was, I believe, 2010, 2012, where there wasn't a lot of guidelines and parameters for how local zoning should really take a look at where the siting of these essentially personal wireless devices, essentially cell phone towers. Since then, it's been about 15 years, and there's pretty robust ordinances that have been adopted throughout the state for these communities. So the original charge was to sort of develop these as part of the Office of Energy and Planning, as it was back in that time frame, to develop these model ordinances to allow for local communities essentially to start from, rather than starting from scratch, they have a base to start from and go from there. So the need for these has sort of, the statutes have sort of outlived their usefulness, in which the need for those things are no longer true. Okay.
So the repeal is just to get rid of statutes that are no longer useful.
That is correct. My understanding was it was sort of a one-time of, here, please go out and develop these model ordinances, these model things for the communities to adopt. It was sort of a one-time, here, please go do this. It's sort of irrelevant statute now.
Okay, good. Representative Munns, did you have another question? No? Okay. Any others? Representative Partial.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Elliott, for your further testimony. Section 4 received a little bit of scrutiny over in the Senate. Can you paraphrase what their concern was? I see the amendment did not change anything too much from the original bill.
Thank you for the question. Yes, there was a proposal, the original Section 4, which is not in the bill before you. Actually, sorry if I'm flipping back to the as introduced version, would have had the department taking on some rulemaking regarding energy storage systems, including tariffs. And there was a concern that by stakeholders that they thought this was a process better left to the Public Utilities Commission, which is why the department requested that it be removed during the Senate phase.
Okay, Representative Thomas?
Thank you. I'm just looking at my notes from the hearing, and on line 23 on page 1, I'd written down demonstrated on project readiness. Is that something that we had decided to include?
Yes,
Okay.
we talked about that
We
a few
did.
minutes
Okay.
ago.
All right. Thanks.
Okay, anything else? All right, I think we're done with this bill. Let's talk now about Senate Bill 391. Now, we had an extensive public hearing about this bill. It lasted for 2 hours and 20 minutes. Oops, sorry. And I'm sure all of us took a lot of notes on this bill. And I have been made aware of a potential amendment that Clean Energy New Hampshire has sent around. So I'd like to ask Mr. Evans Brown if he could come up and let us know what the status of that potential amendment is. I actually have some copies here, which I could pass out to the committee, but I'm reluctant to do so unless I know that it is an amendment that might have some momentum, let's say.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Sam Evans Brown, Executive Director of Clean Energy New Hampshire. Thank you for the question. We were actually just conferring prior to the hearing getting underway, and I think the proposal is that we'd like to get the parties together to discuss how to find a common ground later this week. And so the department does have some concerns with the amendment. We have some concerns with the bill as drafted. One thing I would just like to flag, and I was just looking at the establishing statute for the Department of Energy as I was sitting in the back there, that it feels there are certain roles for the Department of Energy and the Public Utilities Commission that we haven't really thought through as to what the duty of each entity is. In my mind, when you read the statute establishing the department, it really is to administer programs, create policy, and is not the regulator of the utilities. But it is true that in RSA 362A9, comma 10 through 12, the department is tasked with creating interconnection rules. And I would argue that that is perhaps not the right entity to engage in that. Very similar to how we felt the department was not the correct entity to create storage rules, that really is an act of regulation of the state's electric utilities as opposed to a creation of policy or administration of a program. So I would suggest, we have suggested that we thought, again, that the PUC is the better entity to carry out the rulemaking. If the Department of Energy wants to write the draft rules that are considered as the basis by which the proceeding gets underway, that's something that we think is perfectly reasonable, and would be happy to have it proceed as such. And I think much of the debate really revolves around the creation of timelines and how that can be done in such a way that it doesn't fundamentally conflict with how JL Carr operates, so that we wouldn't get ourselves crosswise with the statutes for the Joint Legislative Committee on Administrative Rules.
So, thank you for that. I still didn't get an answer to the question. Is this suitable for handing out to the committee or not?
I would not.
No.
I think if folks are curious to see it, certainly there's no secret there. But Mr. Elliott could come up and speak to his concerns about the amendment, and I think we'd be better off sitting down all the folks that are concerned with this bill later in the week and seeing if we can find consensus language.
Okay. So, Representative Bernardi.
So, thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Evans Brown, the bill that we have before us is to have the DOE draft rules. And then those go nominally to the PUC for rulemaking proceedings. So I don't understand what you're trying to do here that would be different than that, or improve the timing, and why GelCar is involved at all if the rules never become rules until the PUC does its job.
Certainly. So I think perhaps it might be best to have Mr. Elliott talk about his concerns with how what we drafted interacted with JLCAR. What I would say is I think that the amendment that you all have before you is actually quite unclear as to what it requires. And I see the language as not definitively requiring a rulemaking. I apologize, I don't have it right in front of me, but my memory of the wording is essentially that they shall consider rules, or so if you'd like, I can pull it up and I can speak in a slightly more informed way. But our concern is that the language does not explicitly require a rulemaking, and that is what we're attempting to make sure is laid out.
So he has a follow-up, but I'm just going to point out that I did pass out that suggested amendment language just so people would know what we're talking about, just for transparency. It's not something we're going to consider, but when you get the handout, it's this Section 2, Public Utilities Commission. That's the new section that we're kind of talking about right here. So, okay, go ahead and finish, Representative Bernardi.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So to me, it's very clear. The DOE is to do draft rules, and it specifically says draft rules shall do all these various things. And then it goes, the draft rules will be utilized by the PUC. So the 2 hours of testimony that we heard last week was, we need rules now, if I can summarize. And so the real issue is what process expedites this process, to make it happen.
Yes. So and I am going to try to pull up the language here so I can say exactly what our concern is. So if you can just give me a moment. Yeah, so the Department of Energy shall open a proceeding to examine and assess draft rules. And I think our concern is with that language there specifically. So open a proceeding to examine and assess. What does that mean? Does that mean they're going to have a rulemaking, or they're going to consider doing a rulemaking? And so insofar as that's the department's intent is to have a rulemaking, then great, let's go. But again, I think we do have a fundamental policy concern here, which is what is the entity that regulates the public utility, the state's electric utilities. And I think it's one that's worth thinking through. After the Department of Energy was established, the year that followed, there was a cleanup bill that did a lot of sort of find and replace of commission and department. And I was actually just looking at the statute, and there's still typos that are sort of littered throughout the statute. So have we truly thought through this particular aspect? Is I think the question that we should be asking ourselves.
So we basically have a lot of work to do then on this bill, right?
Yeah.
So let's let you off the hook for the moment. Or no, you want to ask a question? Okay, Representative McGee wants to ask you a question.
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify. My understanding is that that the interconnection work, which started with SB 262, resulted in already a review of the rules that are available. I mean, I think the report that we received in December of last year, I would have thought would have been where the draft of what we would be considering would be considered, because it ended up, there was a stakeholder process, and there was also a review of existing connection models. And so the Department of Energy had done that work, and then the report kind of came back as a sort of it just memorialized the information that it had received, and it regurgitated it in that report, but without any sort of form or recommendation for what they thought might be best out of that. So it's almost like we're undertaking the same process again if we go back to ask the DOE to do a draft. I'm just asking if I'm looking at that correctly, but it seems like we spent quite a bit of time doing an assessment and talking to the stakeholders already.
Yeah, and I would say that it was when Senate Bill 262 was passed, the spike in the quantity of interconnection requests was just beginning, and it hadn't really reached the pitch that it reached, I think, late last year, and now continues going forward. And so when the investigation then kicked off, our strong recommendation from our organization, as well as many of the stakeholders that we engage with, was that a rulemaking should commence, and we were quite hopeful that the study would recommend that as a policy outcome that should be engaged upon, and we were hopeful that they would actually recommend this piece of legislation. The fact that it didn't do so is why Senate Bill 391 is in front of you in the form that it is that the investigation did not explicitly say what we need are rules that do X, Y, and Z.
Follow up?
Could that investigation have asked the PUC to go into rulemaking from there?
We were hopeful that would be the case.
Yeah, that would have been good.
Representative Partial, you had a question, or?
I do, and perhaps knowing that Joshua Elliott may not be returning, may I ask this of you. Thank you for being here. Now, do you think that, I gather there'll be some discussions outside of this committee room, and do you have much confidence that a timeline with specific dates and authority can be established, and we can hope for further recommendations from the DOE who originally asked for this bill, further recommendations to further hone this an amendment that would further make these concerns of yours clear, which are my concerns as well? Can we expect that?
I am very confident that we can get to yes on this bill. I don't see any reason. I think the concerns about the timeline and whether or not the way that they're crafted in the amendment that we put forward is, in conflict with how rulemakings proceed are totally something that we can figure out. It's just a question of how do we lay out essentially a procedural schedule between now and when rules are set to be approved by the PUC and put in front of JLCAR, and it really just takes someone who can walk that calendar back and then say, okay, here's what we're going to lay out in what needs to be laid out in statute and what doesn't. What can we simply come to agreement that here's how we're going to do it?
Well, thank you for your efforts in this area, and I have no further questions. Thank you.
Representative Muntins.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. At the risk of opening the Pandora's box that I think we were trying to avoid, would it be appropriate to ask the DOE what their concerns with the language in this proposed legislation is?
If you're asking me, yes, please. Should I step away? Yeah.
I'll leave that to the chair's discretion.
Mr. Elliott, do you feel comfortable addressing that now, or would you rather wait until later? Or? Okay, are there any other questions for Mr. Evans-Brown? Okay, seeing none. Thank you, Sam. And now Mr. Elliott will come back up and maybe give us a preview of...
When I said the legislation, I meant the amendment.
Yes, a preview of what may transpire with the amendment.
Good afternoon again. Josh Elliott, Director of the Division of Policy and Programs for the DOE. I want to preface my comments with saying that the department wants to get to yes. The department wants to get to yes on this bill. Walking back sort of through the process of how we got here, Senate Bill 262 had us go through the process, getting stakeholder input. And there were some areas of agreement, but there were some major areas of disagreement. And that is sort of the underpinning piece of this rulemaking process, right? It's this sort of Byzantine process that unless you're a member of JLCAR or a state agency actually involved in this, it's sort of this opaque, okay, how exactly does all this work? Taking a step back or the question of who should be doing this rulemaking. If you look at the 900 rules itself, and as we had the conversation earlier, the rules are directed by statute, and they have to tie to statute, and the rules are done based on those statutory, right? They don't come out of thin air. They come out of what the statutory authority is. If you look at the current 900 rules, they're all tied to RSA 362A, which is the net metering statute, which is what the department has oversight of as part of the reorganization of the department. If there's a policy decision that the department should not have oversight over net metering, and that less what the tariff should be, which is part of the Public Utilities Commission's process, then that needs to change, right? Every single reference to the department in RSA 362A needs to be swapped back to the commission, because that would be the only thing that would make sense for the rulemaking. Just as, for example, the Department of Energy would not be responsible for the rulemaking for Department of Environmental Services, it does not make sense to have the Public Utilities Commission overseeing and implementing the rule process for a different state agency. There can be questions and debate about whether or not the department should have the oversight over that statute, but that is the statute as it currently exists. Having conversations with the PUC, they have no interest or the bandwidth to take this on. If they were given funding and additional staff, maybe that answer would change, but as part of my direction in the bill is introduced, the Public Utilities Commission asked me to convey to the committee that they did not have the bandwidth nor the interest of doing this process, which is in my Senate testimony on the bill. So that being said, it makes sense that the department has that rulemaking authority, right? We have the jurisdiction over the statutes, therefore we develop and implement the rules. Typically, most rules are not controversial, right? The decisions have already been made. There are no points of contention. In this one, depending on who you talk to, but based on the fact that the Senate Bill 262 process did not come out with a recommendation at the end saying, yep, here it is. Here's the model you want to go on. We have a couple of changes. Everyone's all in agreement, right? That's not what the outcome was, which is why the department proposed doing working groups on these particular issues, in particular on these questions of interconnection. And sort of these, okay, well, which models do you use? Again, I've made reference to there were 6 different proposals that were done, that were put forward for consideration as part of that process. That being said, when you get to the rulemaking process, the idea is that you are presenting a clean set of rules to GELCAR, and that they examine them based on, okay, does this actually tie to statute? There's statutory authorities there, and there's a variety of things that they look through as they're going through and vetting rules. And there's a public hearing process. There's a whole process that goes along with it for stakeholder input and other considerations, including legal review, and that the GELCAR staff issue a recommendation. There's various steps that it can go through, either approved or required, just kick back to the agency. The idea is that you have a clean set of rules that everyone's in agreement on. The concern of the department is that there's not agreement on all of these things, right? You could put in a timeline, and we would be required by statute to go to GELCAR and say, here you go, here's the set of rules. Not everybody agrees on this. There are different parties, and, we had a deadline set by the legislature, so here you go. That process could then just go through the GELCAR process, but there's sort of this assumption that the DOE in this process has the final say and can force compromise. We can't. We can come up with the draft rules. We don't have that hammer. We don't have that, okay, knock everyone's heads together and get compromise on this. We don't have the authority because it is GELCAR at the end of the day that has that authority. So we could do our process. We could do everything. We could be collaborative. We could get all the stakeholders together. We could go through this whole process. But a deadline doesn't do anything. A deadline would say, okay, submit the rules. If there's agreement, then okay, then we're all set. If there's not agreement, then the whole thing just moves over to GELCAR, and then the fight out of the draft rule process moves not from the department's process, but then moves to the GELCAR process. And then, if somebody didn't like, for example, okay, there was a disagreement on, I'm going to take a issue with days, right? Okay, one group says, okay, we should really have it 60 days. The other group says, no, it really should be 30 days. And the department, maybe in a Ptolemaic answer, says, okay, we're going to pick 60 days, right smack dab in the middle. Either of the parties who didn't like that answer could then just go to GELCAR and start lobbying the members of GELCAR and say, vote down these rules. The reason I say this is because I don't want this process set up to fail. I don't want us to be in a situation of where we go through the process, we deliver them to GELCAR, and then the whole process gets blown up. Because then it just gets kicked right back to the department and we start right back over again. I do not want to commit staff time, energy, and resources to a process where I think has a good chance of failing. Because I don't think that serves anybody, including folks, Mr. Evans-Brown, Mr. Monahan, et cetera, who are working on this bill, because we want to get to yes. Our concern is we want to make sure it's implementable. We don't want to go down a road and spend all those time and effort and resources just to be right back where we are today doing the same thing. I understand in most other circumstances, right, deadlines make sense, right? It compels somebody For example, here at the legislature, you have deadlines to get out FN bills and bills going to second committees, right? At some point, it forces that decision to be made. In this situation, the department is not the final arbiter, and that's why the deadline doesn't make sense. I get it from a conceptual standpoint, and I understand. I heard the testimony all of you heard on this question. Right, there's a need and there's a desire, and there's certainly issues here that need to be addressed. The department doesn't dispute that or argue with that. We want to make sure that the process actually gets us to where we need to go. Sorry,
So
that was
the
a much of a
department's-
monologue.
The department's investigatory proceeding then did recommend the setting up of some working groups to resolve these issues. Is that correct?
Yes. So as the report that was issued, we recommended the setting up of 2 different working groups to work on 2 separate issues. These sort of getting into the weeds on these rules was one of those working groups.
And has anybody made an attempt to set up these working groups yet?
This bill was then introduced, which sort of circumvented that process. So the department made the decision, okay, if the legislature is going to step in here, why should the agency spend the time and the effort on doing these things when then this bill is pending before you?
So the department wants the legislature to be the working group, basically.
No, not necessarily. We were committed to having those working groups set up, and then this sort of undercut those working groups. So then as a rational decision, say, okay, well, if the legislature is going to do this or take action on this, why should we spend all the time and effort over here if the legislature is going to direct us to do something anyway?
So maybe I should have said this is kind of falling in the legislature's lap at this point. All right. I think I understand what the issue is here. Representative Munns, you have a question?
So if the legislature wants to try to make sure that these rules get promulgated, as quickly as possible, and you feel you don't have the authority to be the final arbiter, is there something that you would want us to do to give you that authority?
So this is more, I believe sort of the underpinnings of the GELCAR process is to make sure that there is agreement on all of these things. So the GELCAR, the rules have the full force and effect of statute. Having controversial rules, this sort of system is designed in order to make sure that those don't happen by having this open and transparent process. So in order to sort of force everybody would require either clear legislative direction to say, here, spelling out every single last detail of those rules of what they should include and what those timelines are, which I don't think this committee or any committee of your colleagues and other committees would want to be able to do. But I understand it's right. It is sort of one of those messy facets of democracy, right? To be able to make sure you want to have all of that input, but it takes time, right? It takes time.
Follow up?
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, no, I think, a transparent process is the ideal process, and I agree with you. You want to try to bring people together and get consensus, but at some point the process has to end. And how do you feel like you have the authority to end that process at some point? Or do we want you to have that authority, I guess, is the bigger question.
Right. At some point, the process would end, right? We would get through everything, and it may be us and one of the parties or one of the groups saying, yes, this is what we think, and there may be one of the other parties that says, no, that is absolutely terrible. Then that goes to, we could still submit those rules. But we would want to make sure, okay, if we tried every single last effort, can we get compromise here? Right, at the end of the day, and I know folks want to have this happen quickly in an expeditious way, the department is ready, willing, and able to do that. It's a matter of all the parties coming together and agreeing on all of those facets. So I know the parties want to move quickly. They're going to have to all come together to sort of say, okay, where are your red lines? Where can you negotiate? Where are you okay with? And I think part of my testimony earlier on the bill was not what do you approve, but what can you live with? What are you okay with? You may not like it, but what are you okay with? And I think as part of the rule process, I wish I had some sort of way to cut this Gordian knot, or right, of saying, okay, everybody's got to come together, everyone has to answer these questions, and everyone's got to basically pick and then commit that no one is going to then go to GELCAR and lobby members of GELCAR if they don't like their way, what's been decided.
Well, one thing we have working in our favor here is today is March 25th, and I just looked in the House calendar, and the last day to act on Senate bills is May 16th. So we have 45, 50 days to try to come to some kind of a resolution. Obviously, to get it out of this committee to the House floor by the 16th, we would have to be done by about a week before the 16th. But so the first week of May. But still, that gives us 45 days. So it sounds to me like what we need to do, and we have done this many times before since I've been in the legislature. I did it with Senator Bradley on House Bill 1116 way back in 2015. I did it on House Bill 315 in 2020. I did it with House Bill 549. Convened working groups and hammered out the issues and got to an agreement. And then that's what we put into legislation. So it sounds to me like that's what we have to do again. We have to convene a working group. I know Clean Energy New Hampshire and Eversource wants to be part of that working group. And they will suggest any other stakeholders that need to be part of that working group. Packy Campbell, I'm sure, would like to be part of that working group. So we'll come up with a working group, and many of the working groups that I've dealt with in the past have been Zoom meetings. We've conducted them via Zoom. The working group we did with Senator Bradley on House Bill 1116 was in person, and we could do that again as well. So I think we can put together something that can try to resolve the issues so that then we could create legislation that will implement what we want to see done.
I will just add, I think Mr. Evans-Brown made this comment. Myself, Mr. Evans-Brown, Mr. Monahan, and Mr. Licata are all meeting on Thursday to discuss. So,
excellent. I'll be interested to hear what you come up with, and if we need to go further and convene a working group that adds other people, we can do that. If you can work out all the issues amongst yourselves and get back to us, that'd be great too. But I'm willing to do a working group if we have to. Representative Corman.
Thank you. So I understand what you're saying about GELCAR being, I guess, the last stop in the process. Now, these rules are going to be rather technical, aren't they?
yes, excuse me. Thank you for the question. Yes, most of them are in terms of if you look at the existing rules for smaller arrays, yes, most of them do get fairly technical.
Yeah, so I'm just wondering, is GELCAR even capable of evaluating such technical rules?
They are. They've done similar in the past for both our agency and for a myriad of other agencies that do very technical things, including DES, DOT, et cetera.
And the speaker initiated a new process this year. He has created a rules review subcommittee within each House committee. So here in Science, Technology, and Energy, myself, Vice Chair Thomas, Representative McGee, and you, Representative Corman, are the four members of the subcommittee that evaluates GELCAR rules for Science, Technology, and Energy. Now, you may be wondering, we haven't done that. Well, that's because so far there haven't been any rules proposed that I thought needed our review. But we are a subcommittee that will review GELCAR rules if we feel that it's necessary to do so, to make sure that they conform with statute.
Thank you for telling me I'm on the subcommittee.
I thought that had already been conveyed to you, no? Representative Bernardi.
In addition to that, GELCAR also sends out a notice of rules of every committee, commission, agency that they're reviewing on a periodic basis, and said, you can look through them. This is to all the legislators. You look through them. You can identify if there's something you want to zero in on to see if it complies with the statutes that you are interested in. and send your comments to Jelcar. So we are all on the hook.
Is that the rulemaking register emails I get?
Yes,
it is.
yes. Representative McGee.
Hey, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I have a question that goes back to, I wrote down DOE has authority under 362A, which is a net metering statute. So you're looking for statutory authority in order to make sure that when you present what you're presenting to Jelcar for consideration, that there's a statutory link. So the question is, if interconnections don't always have to do with net metering, so is that the right place? Or, I mean, I think you can link it there, but interconnections are not always net metered, right? So is that the right place for it to be? Or do we have to rethink that too?
So thank you for the question. So all of the statutory references that the PUC 900 rules, which are the interconnection rules, or the net metering rules, excuse me, are all linked back to that statute. That's where the statutory authority lies in order for us to develop those variety of things dealing with net metering, including interconnection is one of those. It would require statutory changes to move it to a different agency, or if it wanted to be the PUC, it would require them taking over all of those statutes as well. So you do the statute paired with the rule, not separate.
So 900 is the rule? I'm just trying to understand.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah,
Yes.
how
So
does that- how-
PUC. So the current. Yes. So I'm sorry. The current PUC 900 rules are where all of the net metering rule sets are, and there's a variety of different things, including everything down to how you do meters, what meters qualify, and things like that. All of those statutory authority all ties back to the net metering statutes, which is 362A.
So in follow up.
Yes, go ahead.
So you would envision interconnection, which is already listed there under the 900 rules section. You would envision it being, these findings would be listed there as well. That's where they would be tied back.
Yes, so there is
Tied in.
current in rules right now. So we have set up for interconnection for less than 100 kilowatts.
Yep.
Is already in the 900 rules. I can't remember exactly which one. I'm sure someone will correct me. Within the 900 rules, there is a reference to larger interconnection project, which is the one we're talking about here, which says shall defer to the tariff of each of the utilities. So there is technically a rule for larger interconnection. It just says go over here for this instead. We're not putting it in. It's not in rule. So this would clearly give us the direction. Okay, rather than just saying defer to the tariff, actually spell out everything like we've done for small customer generators.
Okay, thank you.
I don't know if you know the answer to this, Josh, but one of the things I wondered about with this Senate Bill 391 is it appears to be drafted as session law rather than chaptered law. And that would seem to be a problem, or not. What is your judgment?
I can't speak to the question as to why it was session law versus put into the statute itself. I don't know if that was a choice of the prime sponsor or a suggestion by OLS. I can't speak to that. I don't think it presents an issue one way or the other. You can either put it in statute or put it in session law. I think it would be. I don't see a material difference between doing it one way or the other.
Oh, okay. All right. Any further questions or discussion with Josh? It's 2:30, so, did somebody raise their hand? All right.
I just
Representative Munns?
I don't have a question for Mr. Elliott, but I just had before we split, I was just kind of curious what.
Okay, Josh, you're excused, as it were.
I just was curious kind of where we landed in terms of next steps. I mean, I know there was talking about convening
Yes.
subgroups, et cetera.
I was just going to address that issue. So I think what we'll do is we'll wait until we hear from how the meeting on Thursday goes. And if I hear from a couple of the participants in Thursday's meeting that a working group is necessary, we will form one. And a working group will be comprised of stakeholders and any legislators who are interested in participating. Any members of the committee who are interested in participating. I've worked with working groups in the past that had as many as 15, 18 people. So it takes a little longer to get through a working group with that many people, but you do get something accomplished eventually if you stick with it. HB 315 was a great example of that. That was the bill from 2020 that corrected issues with RSA 53E, the community aggregation legislation, which was deadlocked in a rules impasse. And HB 315 resolved with a working group all the issues so that we could put forth legislation that allowed rulemaking to move forward and to everybody's satisfaction. So that would be the model we would use for a working group if we had to have one for this bill. So that will be our next step, would be to create that. And so I will let you know at the end of this week or early next week whether we need to form a working group or not. And that can bring us to the end of our activity for today. Now, next week is a huge question mark right at the moment. We only have, at the moment, the 5 bills that we've already heard from the Senate. We don't have any additional bills coming our way that I know about. There is a rumor that there are some more coming our way, but I don't know whether that will actually happen or not. And we have, as I said earlier, until May 16th or maybe the week before to finish our work on these Senate bills. So we have plenty of time. So as a result, I'm thinking that we may not do anything next week. We may take the week off and not return to committee work until the following week, which would be the week of April the 8th. We won't do anything on the 8th because that's Eclipse Day, but we may meet on April 9th. But that's TBD, so just keep your eye on your email inbox and I'll let you know. If we have to form a working group on Senate Bill 391, we may do that prior to the 9th, and I will try to decide based on what kind of interest I get for participation by members of the committee. I'll try to decide whether it has to be a noticed meeting or not. If there are enough members of the committee participating that we have a quorum of the committee, then it'll have to be a noticed meeting. So we'll decide that as we get closer to it. So with that, does anybody else have anything they'd like to discuss with the full committee here this afternoon? Okay, seeing none, we're done. Thank you, everybody. Whoops, Representative Bernardi with a late hand here.
Late discovered hand. We received comments back from ISO New England on a good visit that we had there, and they requested that if we had any further questions that were not able to be answered in the time frame that we were there, please submit them. So if anybody does have additional questions, please send them to me and I will collect them and forward them to ISO New England for further communication and response.
Okay, anything else? We are done. Thank you, everybody.